Chapter 1475. Hearing Fu Zhu's persuasion to give the talisman to him, he gritted his teeth. Where did you guys go earlier? Why did you only think of this young master now? Fu Zhu replied perfunctorily, I know. Let's go back and ask Xiaohua first. After saying that, the two of them kissed for a while before reluctantly leaving. Xiaohua coldly snorted as he looked at the concealed figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He felt both disdain and envy towards this gigolo who had a foot in two boats. After waiting for a while, he followed Fu Zhu's direction and carefully left. Fu Zhu was indeed very familiar with Jinhua Mountain. The path he took was very secretive. From the east of Jinhua Mountain to Skyward Pavilion, he didn't see a single Fu family disciple. Not bad, this young master's harvest today is indeed not bad. Not only did I find the location of the earth fire, but I also found a suitable path. In the future, I will not have to worry about refining pills. Xiaohua happily returned to the pavilion. The pavilion was empty and there was no trace of Fu Zhu. Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to it. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to organize the things he needed for refining pills. And there are already many things in the space. I still need to organize them, otherwise it will become more and more chaotic. Xiaohua immersed his consciousness into the space and said. At this time, there were indeed a lot of things in Xiaohua's space. Large tracts of spiritual grass, a lot of medicinal pills, materials for cultivation and alchemy, yellow talismans, and so on. And there was also the willow branch inserted into the ground, which was called by the mysterious light shadow as the other shore. Next to the willow branch was a fist-sized pearl. Inside the space, there were some dark clouds. From time to time, lightning would shoot out from the clouds, echoing the lightning of the pearl. And because of the pearl, the willow branch was also enveloped in a layer of lightning. Not far away, there was a pool of clear water with a rainbow epiphyllum growing in it. On top of the rainbow epiphyllum, the two eggs of the water-patterned butterfly were gradually growing. Next to the pool, a little further away, was the ice worm king's egg. Although there was no movement, the damaged part of the egg had already grown out, as if it was automatically repairing itself. Next to the egg, there was an extremely cute spirit-seeking mouse curled up in a ball, still sleeping. Only its small tail would stretch out and form circles from time to time. Looking at the spiritual herbs, there was a pile of jade bottles and the statue of Shang Huaming. I must tidy up. As Xiaohua thought, he activated the puppet and began to tidy up the things in the space. The spiritual herbs could not be touched, so this part of the spiritual herbs was specially used for planting. The rainbow epiphyllum and permetha were also planted, which were close to the spiritual herbs, so they were considered another part. The spirit-seeking mouse, the insect eggs, and other living creatures that might come in later were placed in another area. The big seal and crescent-shaped magic tool that he obtained from Ling Jingyi were placed together with the devil spear tip, devil spear shaft, and black iron needle, which were considered the magic tool area. The alchemy furnace, jade bottles, various elixirs, and the things that he had just obtained for alchemy were placed together in the alchemy area. A pile of yellow talismans, talisman papers, talisman brushes, and talisman ink used for making talismans were also placed together in the talisman making area. Xiaohua thought for a moment and also marked out a separate area for the materials used for refining weapons. Although there were not many things at this time, there might be more in the future. All kinds of cultivation methods, travel books, insect scriptures, silk, secret books, and so on, needless to say, were also placed in a separate area for Xiaohua's cultivation. As for the gold foil, tokens, and other miscellaneous things that he did not know the use of, they were also placed together. Shang Huaming statue, the peacock illusion, and more than 10 top-grade Wu Yao pills were placed together by Xiaohua very seriously. In addition, those spirit stones were all placed together according to their quality. The fire essence and flame crystals were also wrapped in special yellow talismans and placed separately in several jade bottles, placed together with the spirit stones. Heh, this young master's things are really abundant now. Xiaohua controlled the puppet to clean up all these things, feeling extremely satisfied. Just by relying on these medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, this young master should be able to cultivate to the foundation building realm. Right at this moment, Song Ying's voice was heard. Xiaohua, you've returned. Who's the senior martial brother that assigned you? Xiaohua pulled his consciousness out of the space, looked at Song Ying who came in with a face full of smiles, and said with a slight nod, he assigned a senior martial brother called Fu Min. He has a dog-like appearance, and before he even taught me anything, he first scolded me to my face, then casually sent me out to teach a female cultivator called Xianlan alone. Heh, I didn't expect this Fu Min to also be an extremely interesting person. Song Ying said while stroking his chin. Even if he's interesting, so what? It's not like he's going to teach this little brother talisman crafting techniques. Compared to senior martial brother I'm still far inferior. Xiaohua said with a smile. Junior martial brother Xiao, you should cultivate slowly. As long as you're worthy of this elder brother will absolutely not treat you unfairly. Song Ying patted Xiaohua's shoulder, then walked upstairs without consulting anyone. Why, didn't he mention the matter of the talisman puppet? Xiaohua was slightly disappointed. He still wanted to sternly refuse in front of Song Ying. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't even mention it? Forget it, why should I get involved? Xiaohua curled his lips and sat down cross-legged again. He began to think about what kind of medicinal pill he should refine tomorrow. In his space, there were several pill recipes at this time, the incomplete yellow marrow pill, the cleansing marrow pill, the clear ripple pill, and so on. There were also many spirit herbs needed to refine these pills in his space, so he could casually refine any one of them. However, Xiaohua's spirit herbs were all over 1,000 years old. Although there were many, he couldn't bear to waste them. After thinking for a long time, Xiaohua decided to refine the Parasol Celestial pill. Firstly, the spirit herbs needed to refine this pill were common. Secondly, Xiaohua had seen the entire process of Xiao Yueheng refining the Parasol Celestial pill. He also clearly remembered the yellow talisman usage and his own hand seals, so the chances of success were relatively high. Xiaohua first prepared all the things needed to refine the Parasol Celestial pill, then took out the alchemy cultivation method and carefully studied it. The next morning, Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the earth fire to refine pills. Instead, he first went to the talisman crafting room and refined the fireball talismans that he wanted to refine today. Only then did he leave the room. When Xiaohua returned to the small building, he had already left. Maybe he went to Elder Fu Feng's place, or maybe he went to other places. This was not what Xiaohua wanted to know. When Xiaohua quietly came to the alchemy room on the east side of Jinhua Mountain, everything was no different from yesterday. No one had come in at all. Xiaohua was secretly happy. He first placed the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace on the earth fire, then he used the technique to raise the earth fire and began to warm the furnace. Xiaohua got up again and walked around the alchemy room, frowning. This alchemy wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. The three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace had to be placed on the earth fire, and during this period, Xiaohua couldn't stay here all the time. It didn't matter if the Parasol Celestial pill was successfully refined, but the safety of the furnace must be guaranteed. He couldn't lose the furnace for alchemy. And, that's right, don't I have the talisman? Xiaohua slapped his forehead and thought of the warning talisman in his space. Although this thing couldn't prevent others from entering the alchemy room, it could at least notify Xiaohua. With Xiaohua's flying technique, he should be able to rush here in a short time. Thinking about it, Xiaohua took out the warning talisman and placed it all around the alchemy room. When Xiaohua was done, the alchemy furnace was almost ready to be warmed up. Xiaohua returned to the high platform and sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace that was much taller than him. He first closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes and pointed his finger. With a wave of his hand, an oval-shaped opening on the alchemy furnace rotated and opened. Xiaohua followed the steps recorded in the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and the ordinary alchemy method. He threw the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass into the furnace one by one. Then, he recalled how Xiao Yueheng controlled the furnace and waved his hand. A pill-tempering talisman was shot out and the yellow talisman entered the alchemy furnace. The spirit grass that was gradually melting into a medicinal liquid trembled and turned into a medicinal liquid. Then, a wisp of smoke floated out from the medicinal liquid. It was the impurities in the spirit grass. He, the beginning is very smooth. Xiaohua's eyes were unable to see everything inside the alchemy furnace, so he unconsciously released his perception. As expected, although he couldn't see everything inside the alchemy furnace clearly with his divine sense, he could still feel the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the medicinal liquid that was boiling like a small bubble suddenly exploded and splashed all around the pill furnace. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he hurriedly took out the pill-controlling talisman. However, before he could use his magic power, the medicinal liquid had already splashed onto the inner walls of the alchemy furnace. When he saw this, Xiaohua knew that his first attempt at refining a medicinal pill could be considered to have ended in failure. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua found a trace of something wrong. That was, he shouldn't have used the pill-tempering talisman. That day, Xiao Yueheng used the guiding flame talisman and the fire control talisman to control the earth fire. The temperature and intensity of the earth fire were not easy to control. That was why he used the pill tempering talisman to temper it and remove the impurities in the medicinal liquid. On the other hand, Xiaohua used a spell to directly control the earth fire. The size of the earth fire was easy to control, so there was no need to use the pill-tempering talisman to temper the impurities. Thinking of this, Xiaohua secretly frowned. The number of spells he could recall and use now was not small. It seemed that many of them could replace the yellow talismans, but Xiaohua himself wasn't clear on which ones could be replaced and which ones couldn't be replaced. Forget it, I'll just treat it as the price. Xiaohua thought and threw the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass into the alchemy furnace again, starting the second refinement. This time, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to use the pill-tempering talisman. He only carefully used the spell to control the size of the earth fire according to the feeling in his perception. That day, there were many yellow talismans used to refine the parasol pill, such as the pill-guiding talisman, pill-control talisman, pill-condensing talisman, pill-pulling talisman, pill-receiving talisman, and many other yellow talismans. The usage of these yellow talismans was clearly recorded in the alchemy manual. Xiaohua only needed to follow the steps and insert them into the alchemy furnace. Chapter 1476. However, this was where the problem lay. Although the alchemy technique clearly stated when various kinds of yellow talismans should be inserted, the specific number of yellow talismans and how much spiritual power should be used was not clearly stated. And it was impossible to explain this clearly because no one knew the specific situation of the alchemy. This could only be judged by experience, and this experience could only be passed down by the masters of the alchemy sect. Without the teachings of these masters, it would be extremely difficult to grasp the alchemy technique by fumbling around. Even the Fu family, a cultivation family that made talismans, could not easily grasp it, let alone Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua had his own unique means. He tried to insert the yellow talismans while using his perception to observe the changes in the pill liquid. Generally, he was silently thinking about the previously recalled techniques in his heart. He also casually used these techniques to observe the differences and effects between the techniques and the yellow talismans. In the process of thinking, some new techniques were slowly recalled by Xiaohua. In the end, Xiaohua simply did not use any yellow talismans. He simply used the techniques in his hands. When he really could not remember any techniques, he would insert the corresponding yellow talisman into the pill furnace according to the alchemy technique. Slowly fumbling around like this, he did not know how many times he failed. Time also slowly passed. When the pill liquid in the pill furnace gradually solidified and the Wucang pill reached the Ning pill, Xiaohua was relieved. Thinking that he had already stayed in this abandoned pill room for about 4 days, Xiaohua did not dare to stay any longer. He had already recalled a technique into the pill furnace, and Xiaohua left the pill room. Sure enough, when he returned to the small building, he saw Tsong Ying and the Fu puppet coming down from upstairs. "Hey, Xiaohua. You finally appeared. Where did you go these days?" Tsong Ying asked as soon as they met. "AI, don't mention it. Did you just become a disciple?" "As soon as we met, he was very concerned about me and gave me pointers. He even said that I don't have any solid foundation, and insisted that I should practice the basic talisman crafting techniques until I'm familiar with them before he would let me come back." Xiaohua had already thought this through, and replied with a dejected face. "What is this?" The Fu puppet disdainfully said, "When I was practicing the talisman technique, I was locked in the quiet room for more than 10 days. Whoever could not practice the technique could not come out." Xiaohua was secretly delighted and quickly said in surprise, "So long? What do you think? As cultivators of our generation, we must be able to endure loneliness. What is 10 days to us? When you reach the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, you'll understand. Often, one closed-door cultivation can last as long as 100 days. Cultivation knows no time." Fu AI lectured, "The reason why my Fu clan was able to establish a foothold in the cultivation world of the country of Xi is because of hard work and bitter cultivation. Xiaohua, you still have a long way to go. Suffering more hardships will only bring you benefits and no harm." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua bowed and smiled. "You sure are free." He then said, "I was the one who refined the fireball talismans for you these past few days. Since you're back, you should quickly refine these fireball talismans and return them to me. Let me relax for a few days." "Hee, thank you for looking after me, senior martial brother He. I'll refine it right away." "Alright, I'm just joking with you." As he spoke, he walked outside and said, "You just have to help your senior brother bid well. Your fireball talisman was also casually refined by your senior brother." Xiaohua watched as Fu AI and Fu AI left. A thought-provoking smile gradually appeared on his face. Soon after, Xiaohua arrived at Fu Min's stone room. Before he even entered, he heard Xuanlan's voice, "Senior martial brother Fu is truly wise. I never thought that the wood life talisman could be refined like this. It's clear that senior martial brother Fu's talisman crafting technique has reached an extremely high level." "Ha ha ha," Fu Min's voice also sounded, with a hint of pride. "This senior martial brother only revealed a little. In the future, you can slowly learn. Eventually, you'll know that encountering this senior martial brother is the greatest opportunity in your life." "That's right. I'm already feeling lucky." Xianlan smiled tenderly, "The more I practice with senior martial brother Fu, the more I feel that senior martial brother Fu's knowledge is as vast as the sea, profound and unfathomable. It's just so. Oh right, senior martial brother Fu, I have a question that's inappropriate. If senior martial brother Fu feels that it's inappropriate, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. And, go ahead. That senior martial brother Fu is so talented. Have you never thought of starting a new sect?" "Sure." Senior martial brother Fu was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly flew out of the stone room. Xiaohua was also shocked. With a quick flick of his hand, an earth escape talisman was placed on his body, and he fled into the stone wall beside him. However, that stone wall seemed to have a restriction. As soon as Xiaohua entered, he immediately felt a force coming from all directions, trying to push Xiaohua out. "This is bad. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have used the Earth Escape Talisman. I would have just flown a bit further away, and then turned around. Anyone would have thought that I just came here. If I go out now, wouldn't people think that I've been hiding in there for a long time? Xiao Hua was greatly regretful. He impatiently wanted to take out another Earth Escape Talisman, but just as his fingers moved slightly, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. His fingers very smoothly formed a spell seal. This spell seal was the Earth Escape technique that he had been bitterly thinking about for the past several dozen days. Ever since Xiao Hua used the combination of the Fire Escape technique and the Earth Escape technique in the underground magma of the Flame Forest Swamp, he'd been thinking about it. He was somewhat unclear whether this seal was an Earth Escape technique or not. After all, he'd only heard of the 5 Elements Escape technique. Moreover, he'd never heard of this 5 Elements Escape technique being used in hot magma. In addition, he'd just used the combination of 2 escape techniques. He really couldn't understand it. Today, in a hurry, he suddenly formed the seal that had been tangled in his mind for a long time without thinking. It was actually a pure Earth Escape technique. It was completely different from the combination of the 2 escape techniques from before. As soon as the Earth Escape technique was used, the force around Xiao Hua's body suddenly decreased, and he was able to temporarily stay in the stone wall. However, not long after, the force suddenly increased, and Xiao Hua's Earth Escape technique was useless. He was still forcefully pushed out. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua came out of the stone wall, Fu Min had already entered the stone room. He heard a faint voice from inside. The Fu clan is this elder brother's origin. Moreover, compared to the dangerous cultivation world, my Fu clan can be considered a paradise. This elder brother doesn't have any other thoughts. I'll just peacefully cultivate, shoo. Someone's coming. Seeing that Xianlan still had something to say, Fu Min hurriedly said. Soon after, outside the stone room, Xiao Hua, whose face was filled with joy, exerted some force on his feet and quickly walked in. Seeing that it was Xiao Hua, Fu Min sneered, Xiao Hua, it's only been 4 days, and you've already become proficient in that fireball talisman? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect Fu Min to ask this. Perhaps I haven't become proficient in it. However, in the next few days, I still want to listen to senior brother Fu's guidance. Xiao Hua stuttered a little. What guidance is there to give? If you can't practice your basic skills well, even if this elder brother imparts the confinement talisman to you, you still won't be able to successfully refine it. Fu Min said disdainfully. That's true. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and nodded. Since that's the case, I'd better go back and familiarize myself with the fireball talisman. Talisman crafting is about mastery and specialization. If you can refine the fireball talisman to high grade, you'll have a place in the Fu clan. Fu Min nodded. If you can refine the fireball talisman to the highest grade, you'll be like this elder brother, helping out a senior brother. You'll also have some status in the Fu clan. Senior brother Fu's teachings are right. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. The fireball talisman is your specialty. Even if you learn other talisman crafting techniques, it's just a reference. Don't be distracted by it. Fu Min had a profound expression. However, since you've come today, this elder brother won't let you down too much. I'll teach you some of the Woodlife Talisman's techniques first. It'll be of some help to your mastery of the fireball talisman. Thank you, senior brother Fu. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. After that, Fu Min once again demonstrated the Woodlife Talisman's techniques in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, he only demonstrated the most basic techniques and didn't refine the real Woodlife Talisman. However, after Fu Min finished demonstrating the techniques, Xiao Hua's face revealed a trace of strangeness. Why? Xiao Hua already knew how to refine the Woodlife Talisman. Moreover, under the 5-star alignment technique, he used a top-grade fireball talisman to upgrade it to a high-grade one. However, the techniques that Fu Min taught him were basically the same as the ones he used. Only a few key points were different. Although the differences were very minute, but with Xiao Hua's experience in talisman crafting, using this technique, the wood life talisman would definitely fail. Xiao Hua, have you memorized it? Fu Min asked. This one, somewhat. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, feeling a little strange in his heart. Without waiting for him to finish, Fu Min waved his hand and said, since you've memorized it, then go back and practice first. Once you've memorized it, then come see me again. Remember, you must practice the technique you just used. If you slack off even a little bit, you won't be able to refine the wood life talisman. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart was clear. He finally understood what this so-called number one person in the Fu family, Fu Min, who was magnanimous in his conduct, was thinking. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior Brother Fu's guidance. Senior Brother Fu spent a lot of effort to teach me. If this one still doesn't work hard, then it's this one's fault. You can go." Fu Min nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiao Hua's mouth hung a trace of a cold smile. He turned around and walked out of the stone room. Seeing that there was no one around, he went back to the path he took last time and prepared to go to the alchemy room. But just as he walked a pipe of smoke and was about to turn to the east side of Mount Jinhua, a voice suddenly rang out from the stone wall above his head. "Xiao Hua, where are you going?" "Ah." Xiao Hua was shocked. He had been paying attention to the sky all this time, but he didn't expect that there would be someone on the stone wall above his head. Moreover, that person even called out his name. When he raised his head, he discovered that a Fu family disciple was standing high up, holding a yellow talisman in his hand, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Chapter 1477. Oh, it's Senior Fu. When Xiao Hua saw the Fu clan disciple, his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "I was worried. This road, does it lead to the Skyward Pavilion?" The Fu clan disciple was none other than the Fu puppet. Skyward Pavilion? The Fu puppet was obviously stunned and asked curiously, "You have been in my Jinhua mountain for dozens of days and you don't know which road leads to the Skyward Pavilion? Senior sister should know. Just now, I followed Senior Brother Fu Min out to practice talisman crafting. But just as we were halfway there, Senior Brother Fu received a message from his teacher and immediately left, leaving me to go back alone. Senior sister should know. I've always been a directionally challenged person. As I walked, I lost my way." Xiao Hua said helplessly. "TSK, how would I know that you are directionally challenged?" The Fu puppet sneered, "Don't you know how to fly? You can find the Skyward Pavilion with your eyes." "How would I dare?" Xiao Hua argued, "I know that there are many places in Jinhua Mountain that don't allow flying. I finally got the chance to become a talisman crafting talisman and I don't dare to make a mistake, so I can only look for it myself. Sigh, if only he was as honest as you." The Fu puppet said with hidden bitterness. "Who? Fu Mountain?" Xiao Hua said in his heart, "That guy doesn't seem like a daring person." "Xiao Hua, the Skyward Pavilion is over there. You can fly there. This is my Fu clan's forbidden area. Only mountain patrollers can come here. If anyone else enters, they will be expelled from the Fu clan or lose their lives. Luckily you met me. If it was someone else, the consequences would be very serious." The Fu puppet said in a low voice. "Yes, thank you Senior Fu." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and was about to fly towards the Skyward Pavilion when he heard the Fu puppet call out from behind, "Oh right, Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua was stunned, he stopped and asked, "Is something the matter, Senior Fu?" "And, that Fu puppet, goes to the Skyward Pavilion every day?" The Fu puppet's face was slightly pale as she asked softly. Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He thought to himself, could it be, this Shiji still hasn't given up on her evil intentions? Thus, He had no choice but to tell the truth, and, I want to let Shiji know that the talisman goes there every day and is very close to Hifu. Xiaohua's words were a bit harsh, and he wanted the Fu puppet to give up on the idea. However, the Fu puppet's face paled, and a vicious gleam appeared in her eyes. Then, they. But just as she spoke a little, a faint blush appeared on her forehead. She bit her lips and said, "Forget it, you can go. Then. I'll take my leave." Xiaohua didn't understand what the Fu puppet was thinking. He cupped his hands and flew away, thinking to himself, "It's your good fortune that Song Cheng didn't pay attention to you. Song Cheng has a foot in both boats. If you continue to pester her, the one who will be hurt in the end will definitely be you." Seeing Xiaohua slowly fly away, the Fu puppet sighed for no reason. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, and her figure also flew up. It was the Fu clan's forbidden area in the Jinhua Mountain East. Xiaohua returned to the skyward pavilion and carefully thought about it. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He didn't know why this Fu Min was ignoring him. Moreover, she had even passed him the wrong wood life talisman, allowing him to practice it alone. Coincidentally, she had also sunk into a land of warmth. She didn't care about his whereabouts. With his current status, if he wanted to practice other yellow talismans, he probably wouldn't have the chance. He would have to wait a few years before he could see any middle or high-grade yellow talismans. During this time, wouldn't he be able to refine pills? Even if he didn't have the chance to obtain any Qingyun talismans in the future, being able to practice alchemy in the Fu clan was also a great harvest. Thinking about this, Xiaohua didn't delay. He hurriedly picked up the talisman brush, and hurriedly refined all the fireball talismans he owed from the previous 4 days. Then, seeing that it was still early, he refined many more fireball talismans. To be honest, using a talisman brush to refine a middle-grade fireball talisman was easier for Xiaohua than drinking cold water. He originally had the flesh and blood of a phoenix, and had a natural affinity for fire. Refining a fire attribute yellow talisman was absolutely easy for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine a top-grade yellow talisman on the first try. Using a talisman brush to refine a fireball talisman allowed him to control his transcendence energy more skillfully, but it didn't help him in the art of talisman crafting. By the time Xiaohua stopped, the sky had already turned dark. Xiaohua placed the yellow talisman in the quiet room and returned to the small building. The talisman wasn't in the building. Just like before, Xiaohua entered the room and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xiaohua didn't know when the talisman would return. He only immersed his mind into the space and comprehended the heavenly Tao. The true energy of raising fire to burn the heavens in his body flowed through his meridians, drawing energy into his body and refining it. At the same time, the dragon transformation art continued to advance step by step. Because he was cultivating in the Fu clan, Xiaohua had some misgivings in his heart. Therefore, he didn't take the top-grade fire attribute spirit stone with him. Xiaohua's mind seemed to have just entered the towering realm, and also seemed to have stayed in the towering realm for a long time. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Xiaohua opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes didn't have any expression. The 2 balls of flames in his eyes gradually extinguished. Then, his eyes slightly dimmed, and then became clear again. Following that, traces of emotion slowly emerged from his eyes. Another day. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a bit of sun essence abruptly appeared, and was swallowed by him in one gulp. He didn't know how he learned this method of absorbing sun essence, but every morning, he would naturally take a bite. Going out again. Just as Xiaohua was about to go out, he heard the voice of the Fu clan from upstairs. Reporting to senior brother He, senior brother Fu's requirements are very strict. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back in the next few days. Yesterday, I had already bitterly cultivated in the quiet room for a long time and refined a lot of fireball talismans. If there is anything lacking, I ask senior brother He to forgive me. Xiaohua said with a smile. Ha, I already said yesterday that I was just teasing you. You really took it seriously. The Fu clan laughed and said, you can go now. This is a very good opportunity to ask the direct descendants of the Fu clan for guidance. You don't have to worry about the offerings here. Thank you, senior brother He. Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Whether it was in Jinghua City or Jinhua Mountain, this Fu clan left a good impression on Xiaohua. If he didn't have a foot in two boats, it would be even better. And, that's right, if he could introduce the talisman to Xiaohua earlier, that would be the best. Xiaohua walked along the path that led to the Fu clan's forbidden area. He carefully paid attention to his surroundings and even released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't find anything wrong and calmly arrived at the alchemy room. The inside of the alchemy room was still the same as before. The warning talisman also didn't show any signs of activity. However, there was a problem with the parasol pill inside the alchemy furnace. It had already turned into ashes at an unknown time. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He hadn't been in front of the alchemy furnace for nearly a day and a night. It would be strange if the alchemy furnace could be successfully condensed. Xiaohua struck out a spell to lower the temperature of the earth fire. From the space, he took out some parasol grass and blood-devouring grass and placed them into the alchemy furnace. He secretly said, damn it, this alchemy technique still consumes a lot of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, this young master has many conveniences in this space. Otherwise, it's really impossible to learn this alchemy technique. The Fu clan, they don't have any foundation and they don't have a place to grow spiritual herbs. Yet, they want to pass down the alchemy technique. Those disciples probably don't have the talent of this young master. Even if the Fu clan can refine the yellow talismans for alchemy, what about the spiritual herbs? The Fu clan would probably have to spend a huge amount of spiritual stones to buy them from Yi City. Furthermore, the spiritual herbs are rare. How can they afford it? And, I was too optimistic. The Fu clan might not be able to refine the yellow talismans for alchemy. This young master understands now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this Fu Yunbua is indeed powerful. What does the Fu clan do? Isn't it just refining yellow talismans? They only need to comprehend the alchemy technique that this young master has and refine it into yellow talismans. Then, won't they have a lot of spiritual stones? Why would they need to refine alchemy? It's just that. I don't know if the alchemy technique that the Fu clan obtained is similar to this young master's. And, if there is, they will keep this technique and give the rest to the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. The Liao clan wants to buy both the yellow talismans for alchemy and spiritual herbs. It would be strange if they didn't destroy their clan. Xiaohua let his thoughts run wild, but he was able to guess the course of events pretty much. In the following 10 days, Xiaohua became bolder. During the day, he would refine alchemy and try to recall all the alchemy techniques. At night, he would cultivate and look after the alchemy furnace. Under his tireless refining, he actually managed to refine the Wucang pill to the final stage of pill extraction. Of course, the pill extraction technique was more complicated. Although Xiaohua had already recalled it, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. In the end, he didn't succeed in extracting the Wucang pill. Alright, just one last step. This young master isn't in a hurry. I haven't returned for 10 days. I don't know if there are any abnormalities. Xiaohua extinguished the earth fire and put away the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace into the space. He also put away the warning talisman and returned to the skyward pavilion. There was no trace of a match in the small building, nor in the quiet room. Xiaohua thought for a moment and went to Ming Sui's residence, which was closest to them. Coincidentally, Yi Shuguang was also here. He was chatting with Ming Sui about something. When they saw Xiaohua come over, they enthusiastically stood up and greeted him. After the three of them greeted each other, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Long time no see." I wonder how the two of you have progressed. When Xiao Hua was avoiding the talisman puppets, talisman jades, and talisman puppets, he didn't look for the two of them. The two of them saw that Xiao Hua was easygoing and gave them a lot of pointers on cultivation and talisman crafting. They were also familiar with each other, so Xiao Hua's direct question wasn't too presumptuous. When the two of them heard Xiao Hua's question, they were overjoyed. Ming Sui said, "This Fu clan really lives up to its reputation. I received pointers from senior brother Gang Dai. The fireball talisman is about to enter the high-grade realm. Haha, congratulations, congratulations." Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is nothing. Fellow Daoist Ye's icicle talisman is already a high-grade talisman. Ming Sui waved his hand and said, I wonder how fellow Daoist Zhao's fireball talisman is. Chapter 1478. Am I? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. I'm not as lucky as you two. My talisman crafting technique is still in place. Ha, it's fine. Ming Sui smiled. As long as fellow Daoist Xiao works hard and has senior brother Hehe's guidance, you'll definitely break through in time. Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Yi? Seeing the strange smile on Xiao Hua's face, Yi Shuguang echoed, yes, yes, fellow Daoist Xiao can't be discouraged. Yes, thank you for your encouragement. Xiao Hua smiled. By the way, I haven't returned for a few days, I wonder, We were just discussing the matter of asking for leave from the Fu clan in a few days. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao has already left? Ming Sui was a little surprised. It's not yet time to ask for leave, right? Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao is with fellow Daoist He, and fellow Daoist He is favored by Elder Fu Feng. It shouldn't be difficult to ask for leave in advance, right? Fellow Daoists, what are you saying? Ai's head is full of confusion. Xiao Hua asked very strangely, this humble Daoist has only been helping senior martial brother craft talismans these past few days and hasn't returned to the Skyward Pavilion. I just want to ask about senior martial brother He's whereabouts. Where did this leave come from? What's with this leave? Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Shuguang smiled. We misunderstood. Ming Sui also said apologetically, I was a little reckless. That fellow Daoist He is personally taught by Elder Fu, and his senior sisters are Fu Ho and Fu Zhu. They are the direct bloodline of the Fu clan's inner court. How could we know his whereabouts? Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao, your senior sister Fu, didn't help you find a disciple for dual cultivation? Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hong Xia. He thought of her peerlessly beautiful face and her seemingly expressive eyes. However, Xiao Hua immediately shook his head. Fairy Hong Xia was a 10th layer qi refining cultivator, and he was only a 4th layer qi refining cultivator. The difference between their cultivations was not ordinary. Furthermore, based on what the Kai family had said, as well as what Kai Zhuxia had said, Fairy Hong Xia's requirements seemed to be extraordinarily high. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch her eye. Furthermore, looking at the relationship between Kai Zhuxia and Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia must have placed her fate together with the fate of the Kai family. With such an extravagant hope, she was afraid that she would fall into the same dead end as Kai Zhuxia. By the way, last night, I saw senior martial brother He hurriedly leaving. Yi Shuguang didn't notice Xiao Hua's absent-mindedness. As he spoke, he pointed his finger in the direction Xiao Hua was walking. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and nodded, Hehe, thank you so much. Then he asked, what's the matter with the leave application? Please enlighten me. Didn't senior martial brother mention fellow Daoists' help? Ming Hua asked curiously. Or have you forgotten? Xiao Hua smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Yi Shuguang said, we are talisman masters in the Fu family. Generally, we have half a year and 10 days of free time for ourselves. 2 months after we entered Jinhua Mountain, we applied for leave for the first time. The duration is slightly longer, about 10 days. Just now, I was discussing with fellow Taoist Ming. In these 2 months, we have also refined some yellow talismans and obtained some spirit stones. We will see if we can apply for leave to find a market or exchange market to exchange for some pills that we need. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He pinched his fingers and calculated. It was almost time for the appointment with Zhuo Qingyuan at Xuanyan School. If he could apply for leave to go to Xuanyan School and obtain the embryonic breathing pill, then give the fire essence flame crystal to Zhuo Qingyuan, wouldn't he be able to obtain the surprise that Zhuo Qingyuan mentioned? However, to go to Xuanyan School, he had to go to Yenyuan City. Moreover, it had only been 2 months since he left Linyu Town. If he went again, he was afraid that he would attract attention. If he could not go, it would be best if he did not go. He was afraid that he would not be able to give the embryonic breathing pill to Fairy Hong Xia. Fellow Taoist Yi, how do we apply for leave? Xiaohua asked. You only need to explain it to senior brother Gang Lai, then go to Skyward Pavilion to register. Yi Shuguang said, What? Fellow Taoist Xiao also wants to go. Why don't you go with me? How could Xiaohua go with them? He smiled and said, If we apply for leave together, that's fine. After we go out, I still have my own matters to attend to. I'm afraid we can't go together. No matter. We want to apply for leave tomorrow. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go with us. Ming Sui smiled. Of course, we can go together tomorrow. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I still have to go and explain to senior brother Gang Lai. Fellow Taoist, please. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang stood up to send Xiaohua out. When Xiaohua arrived at Fu Min's stone room, just like before, Xianlan asked Fu Min for advice with a look of longing, and Fu Min had already started to teach Xianlan sharp gold talismans. Regarding Xiaohua's application for leave, as Xiaohua expected, Fu Min didn't hesitate in the slightest and agreed. As for Xiaohua's request for leave for a few more days, she also casually agreed. She didn't even ask where Xiaohua went, or how the refining of the Fireball Talisman or Wood Life Talisman was going. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't feel like being long-winded. After bowing, he returned to Skyward Pavilion. At this time, Gang Lai also returned. His face was full of exhaustion, and it was unknown what he was doing. Seeing Xiaohua, Gang Lai just smiled and said, You haven't returned for more than 10 days. I'm afraid your talisman refining technique has improved greatly, right? Alas, not at all. Little brother's aptitude is not good enough. The Fireball Talisman has made some progress, but compared to senior brother it's far too lacking. Xiaohua said modestly. Hee, you haven't returned for a few days, but elder brother has learned a fire dragon talisman. Today, my body is very tired. Wait for tomorrow, elder brother will refine it and let you see the world. Gang Lai said with a smile. Good boy, a fire dragon talisman. Xiaohua was secretly shocked. That's a high-grade fire attribute yellow talisman. The requirements for transcendence energy and talisman refining technique are extremely high. It's definitely a secret inheritance of the Fu clan. Gang Lai hasn't even entered the inner court, but he's already learned it. The fire dragon talisman that Fu Zhu was talking about that day, right? Congratulations, senior brother Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Little brother also wanted to broaden his horizons, but tomorrow, little brother will be going to Skyward Pavilion with Yi Shuguang and the others to apply for leave. I'm afraid little brother will have to wait for little brother to come back and see senior brother divine ability. Apply for leave? Gang Lai asked with a surprised expression, don't talisman masters of the Fu clan only apply for leave once every half a year? Then, with an embarrassed expression, he explained, elder brother. I also heard it from others. Little brother also didn't know. Just now, I heard Ming Sui and the others say that the first time you apply for leave is 2 months. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if senior brother he wants to go out, why don't we go together tomorrow? Of course, elder brother also has some matters to attend to. Let's go together to Skyward Pavilion tomorrow. Gang Lai said with a strange expression. The night passed without any words. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Hua, Gang Lai, Ming Sui, and Yi Shuguang went to Skyward Pavilion to register for leave. Unexpectedly, because it was the first time they applied for leave, many talisman masters had already registered early. In order to control the number of people going out, Skyward Pavilion had already stopped registering yesterday. Xiao Hua and the others came late. Junior brother Xiao. You should wait until 4 months later. Fu Shan said with a gloating smile. Alas, that's the only way. Xiao Hua felt somewhat regretful in his heart. Although 4 months later was a bit late, the embryonic breathing pill might not be a problem. However, the fire essence flame crystal would probably be late. Those cultivation aristocratic families would definitely send the items to Xuanyan school during this period of time. Forget it, if I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. Xiao Hua said inwardly. How about this? Junior brother Xiao, fellow Taoist Ming, please wait a moment. Elder brother will go and ask Elder Fu. Gang Lai said with a smile, seeming to also want to go out. That's great. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang were overjoyed. However, Xiao Hua said, there's no need to be too forceful. If you can go, then go. Fu Shan watched coldly from the side. When Gang Lai walked far away, he sneered and said, this guy is really arrogant. Does he think that Skyward Pavilion belongs to his family? Even if he found a direct descendant of the Fu clan's inner court to be his dual cultivation partner, he still can't disregard Skyward Pavilion's rules like this. Xiao Hua also coldly glanced at Fu Shan a few times. He didn't say anything and just stood quietly to the side. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang looked at the two of them. For some reason, they didn't dare to casually speak. The scene was quite awkward. Fortunately, Gang Lai came back not long later with a smile on his face. How was it, fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist he? Ming Sui asked impatiently. Gang Lai nodded slightly and handed a token to Fu Shan. Senior Marshal Brother Fu, please take us to register our leave. This. Fu Shan's expression was a bit strange. He looked at the token unwillingly, then casually took it and left without saying a word. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and waved his hand. Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui also secretly covered their mouths and followed Xiao Hua and Gang Lai to register inside. Xiao Hua, Yi Shuguang, and Ming Sui had already agreed yesterday. Naturally, they had also packed their things. As soon as their leave was over, they were ready to leave. Gang Lai hesitated for a moment and whispered to Xiao Hua, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, I might be a bit late. How about this, when will you come back from which teleportation formation? I'll wait for you there. This. I have some matters to attend to. I'm afraid it will take about 20 days before I can return. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come back from the teleportation formation in Thought Yu Town. Xiao Hua hesitated and said. And, that's good. I also have some matters to attend to. The time should be just right. Gang Lai smiled and took out a transmission talisman. When Junior Marshal Brother Xiao arrives at Thought Yu Town, send me the transmission talisman. I'll come back with you. All right. Xiao Hua couldn't think of a reason to decline. He stretched out his hand and accepted the talisman. After Gang Lai left, Ming Sui said enviously, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist, he really treats you well. Not only does he address you differently, but he also cares for you. In the future, fellow Taoist's future in the Fu clan will be limitless. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he thought, I've seen Yungu in Jingbo City and I know his cultivation level. He can't do anything to me in Jinhua Mountain, but what about outside of Jinhua Mountain? He wouldn't have ulterior motives, right? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 1479. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. During his time in the Fu clan, he had treated Xiaohua very well, but who knew what he was thinking? Perhaps he wanted to win Xiaohua over and make him conceal his true nature. But the problem was, this kind of winning over wasn't reliable. If the Fu clan offered a greater temptation, would Xiaohua be at ease? Even if Xiaohua only wanted peace and quiet, the best outcome would be to fish in troubled waters. He had never thought of exposing the Fu clan, but he didn't know who the Fu clan was. Moreover, the Fu clan was aware of the Fu clan's inheritance. If the Fu clan found out, only death awaited. Therefore, the most appropriate thing to do was to get rid of Xiaohua. After understanding this, Xiaohua sneered inwardly. When he first met the Fu clan, he was only in the 7th layer of the qi refining realm. Now that 2 years had passed, the Fu clan was at most in the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. Ever since Xiaohua killed Kai Yingxia and other 7th layer cultivators, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. He wasn't afraid of the Fu clan, so he smiled and said to Yi Shuguang, I arrived at Jinhua Mountain at the same time as Senior Marshal Brother He and also met the same Senior Marshal sister. I'm afraid Senior Marshal Brother He loves the house and its crow. In short, it's fate. If fellow Taoist Xiao succeeds in the Fu clan in the future, don't forget about us. Ming Sui said meaningfully. Let's wait until we return to Senior Marshal Brother He. I still want to hug his thigh. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew out of Jinhua Mountain. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang also laughed as they followed him. It took nearly 10 days to travel from Jinhua Mountain to Jianyu Mountain through the transporting formation. A round trip would take 20 days, not including the time to teleport to other places. The Fu clan's talisman craftsman definitely didn't have enough time. Therefore, Xiaohua and the others headed to the transporting formation in Siyue town, which was only 4 days away from Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua had never been to Siyue town before, but Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang had come from the teleportation array there. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about it. 4 days passed quickly. On the evening of the 4th day, when the lights were lit, Xiaohua and the others arrived at the west side of Siyue town. Before Yi Shuguang could tell Xiaohua the location of the teleportation array, a figure flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. There seems to be. Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw the figure, and he raised his voice. Is that fellow Taoist Xianlan? When the figure heard the call, she paused for a moment. Soon after, she stopped in mid-air and turned around. It was Xianlan, who was practicing talisman crafting with Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xian, why, did you also ask for leave? Xiao Huafei cupped his hands and smiled. Why can't I ask for leave? Xianlan glanced at Xiaohua and said very unhappily. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said, since Senior Brother Fu thinks so highly of you, why don't you practice more in Jinhua Mountain? Isn't it a waste of time to ask for leave? Senior Brother Fu doesn't think highly of you? Xianlan asked. Me? Xiaohua touched his nose and didn't answer. He pointed his finger and said, this is fellow Taoist Yi Shuguang and fellow Taoist Ming Sui, who are next to my residence. Then, he introduced Xianlan. This is fellow Taoist Xianlan, who is practicing talisman crafting with me. After the three of them greeted each other, Ming Sui smiled and said, I wonder where fellow Taoist Xianlan wants to go. If we stay together, we can take care of each other. Xianlan shook her head and said, I don't have a specific place I want to go. I just feel that after staying in Jinhua Mountain for so long, I want to go out for a walk. If the three of you have something to do, you can do as you please. I don't want to disturb you. And, since it's like this, we were too reckless. Yi Shuguang smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xianlan, please go first. Okay, I will take my leave. Xianlan didn't hold back. She cupped her hands towards the three of them and flew towards the teleportation array. After Xianlan left, Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui glanced at each other and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, you have to face this kind of fellow Taoist Xianlan every day. It's really hard on you. Of course, when you think about senior brother He, it's really like the difference between the clouds and mud. Xiao Hua laughed and said, feeling a bit closer to Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui. After a while, Xiao Hua also said, fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Ming, I also have to go to the town of Thought Yu to take care of some things. Let's part ways here. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang smiled and said, we know. We'll go first. You can come back later. Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Taoists, please. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang cupped their hands and said goodbye to Xiao Hua before flying towards the teleportation array. Xiao Hua also walked towards the town of Thought Yu. After a while, Xiao Hua found a secluded place and wore the camouflage before slowly flying towards the teleportation array. Although it was already night time, there were still many people using the teleportation array. The town of Thought Yu's teleportation array was much more convenient than the one in Yenyuan City. At the very least, there was no need to make an appointment. Xiao Hua only took out a high-grade spirit stone and said that he was from Shallow Speech City. He was then led into the teleportation array and teleported together with two cultivators who didn't seem to be from the Fu clan. Shallow Speech City's teleportation array seemed to be underground. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a huge pillar. That pillar was inlaid with more than 10 head-sized moonstones, brightly illuminating the surroundings of the teleportation array. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivator sitting on the ground next to him and calmly walked out of the teleportation array. Next to the teleportation array were a few people who looked like city guards. When they saw Xiao Hua's actions, their faces immediately showed respect. Fellow cultivator, I would like to teleport to Yenyuan City, may I? Xiao Hua walked in front of one of the city guards and cupped his hands. Senior, please know that you need to make an appointment to go to Yenyuan City. I'm afraid you can't do it today. The city guard quickly bowed in return. Why is Yenyuan City still like this? Is it not over yet? Xiao Hua's tone turned cold. That's not it, senior. Although the incident at Yenyuan City is not over yet, it is not as tense as it was 2 months ago. Cultivators who use the teleportation array do not need to show their true faces. The city guard quickly explained, however, because Shallow Speech City is quite far from Yenyuan City, it costs too many spirit stones to teleport each time. Therefore, we have to wait until there are more people going, before we can teleport once. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this old man naturally knows this. Check how many people have made an appointment to Yenyuan City. Senior, please wait a moment. The number of cultivators going to Yenyuan City has indeed decreased recently. The city guard turned and left. After a while, he turned back and said with a smile, what a coincidence. There are 4 cultivators going to Yenyuan City tomorrow afternoon. Including senior, there will be 5 cultivators. All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a high-grade spirit stone. He said, do I need to leave my name? The city guard quickly waved his hand, since senior has already given me the spirit stone in advance, there is naturally no need to leave your name. The city guard took the spirit stone and handed over a token. He smiled and said, your Shallow Speech City is much stronger than Yenyuan City. Senior, thank you for your praise. This is all because of our city lord Mo's good management. The city guard smiled and said, senior only needs to come tomorrow afternoon and give this token to the city guard. All right. Xiao Hua took the token, turned and walked out of the teleportation array. When he reached the surface, it was already late at night. Xiao Hua looked left and right. Not far away, there was an inn. Xiaohua asked for the price and found a room to stay in. The night passed uneventfully. Xiaohua only came out of his room when it was close to noon the next day. Although it was Xiaohua's first time in Shallow Speech City, he didn't want to cause trouble and didn't plan to walk around. However, just as he walked out of the inn, he heard a familiar voice behind him ask, "Waiter, how do I get to Yueming Temple?" Enemies really don't meet. Xiaohua thought to himself. That voice wasn't just anyone, it was Xianlan who was walking up and down in a straight line. Xiaohua didn't turn back. He walked to the entrance of the inn and stood still, pretending to look around. Senior Immortal knows. When you go out, walk straight south. When you see the shop taught by Xuanyan, head west. The waiter was eloquent and said a lot in one breath. Xiaohua felt dizzy listening to him. Xianlan smiled and said, "Thank you, waiter." That waiter was very flattered and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Xianlan quickly walked out of the inn and looked at Xiaohua who was standing at the side. Her face showed a trace of vigilance. She walked a few steps and secretly turned back. Seeing Xiaohua slowly walking in the direction of the teleportation array, she felt relieved. She hurriedly walked according to the waiter's instructions. This Xianlan doesn't have a fixed place, right? Why would she want to go to Yueming Temple just by walking around? Xiaohua only had a fleeting thought. What Xianlan did had nothing to do with him. Why would he worry about her for no reason? The buildings in Shallow Speech City were different from those in Yenyuan City. They were all built with huge bluestones and the distance between them was very large. The inn wasn't far from the teleportation array, but the bluestone road between them was more than twice as long as the one in Yenyuan City. Xiaohua looked at the various people on the bluestone road and then looked at the many shops with different styles. He thought to himself, I wonder if Shallow Speech City is one of the top 10 cities in the country of Xi. When I return from Xuanyan cult and see if I have enough time, I'll take a look around and broaden my horizons. The teleportation array was also built with bluestones and its shape was very strange. Huge bluestones slanted above the building and pointed in all directions. At first glance, it looked like a hedgehog. Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the teleportation array. The city guard stepped forward to block him and bowed politely. Xiaohua didn't answer and took out the token from yesterday. "Senior, please wait a moment." The city guard also took out a magic tool that looked like a disc and placed the token on it. A layer of faint green flashed and some words appeared on the token. The city guard looked at it and kept it in his sleeve. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, please." The 3 seniors heading to Yenyuan City have already arrived. They can be teleported in a moment. It's already noon and there are still people not here. Could it be? Xiaohua frowned slightly. This is not something this humble one can know. The city guard respectfully led Xiaohua to a guest hall and turned to leave. Chapter 1480. At this time, there were already 3 cultivators in the hall. After Xiaohua walked in and swept his gaze over them, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. These 3 cultivators were all late-stage Foundation Establishment seniors. Foundation Establishment cultivators were usually rarely seen, but now, 3 of them had suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua. Moreover, they were all late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Xiaohua suddenly felt an incomparable pressure in his heart. Moreover, none of these 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were dressed in camouflage. They were all very magnanimously sitting on jade stools with their eyes closed in meditation. Seeing someone come in, the 3 of them slightly opened their eyes and glanced at him. Seeing that it was a person in camouflage, they slightly released their divine senses. However, just as they swept over Xiaohua's body, their divine senses touched each other and they immediately withdrew them. With just a sweep of their divine senses, Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. At this time, Xiaohua's cultivation had already reached the mid-4th stage of the aura refining realm, but his actual magic power was close to the 8th or 9th stage of the aura refining realm. These late-stage foundation establishment cultivators' divine senses naturally couldn't see through his camouflage. However, the camouflage couldn't withstand the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Not to mention 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, even if it was just one, Xiaohua's limbs would immediately go soft. Fortunately, these 3 foundation establishment cultivators seemed to be afraid of each other. None of them rashly released their might. Alas, my cultivation is poor. It's really unbearable. Xiaohua somewhat trembled as he walked to a jade stool far away from the 3 people. He only put half of his butt on it and also closed his eyes to rest. He actually wanted to calm his mind, but the 3 cultivators next to him were more frightening than tigers. No matter what, he couldn't calm his heart. At this time, footsteps were heard again. The city guard led another late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in. "Senior, please sit. We can teleport in a moment." That city guard saluted and left. Different from how they treated Xiaohua, the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators opened their eyes. When they saw a cultivator of the same cultivation level, they didn't release their divine senses. 2 cultivators still had their eyes closed, while the other smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Gon, how come you're also here?" The cultivator called Fellow Taoist Gon also looked around for a moment before releasing his divine sense to scan Xiaohua's left and right. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "If fellow Taoist Shui can go, why can't this poor Taoist go?" Then, he glanced at Xiaohua, walked to the jade stool next to Shui Daoyu, and sat down. He said, "Shihuang town is so lively, I naturally want to take a look." "Fellow Gon, I'm afraid it's not that simple," Shui Daoyu said with a faint smile, then glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua really couldn't take it anymore. He got up from the stool, took down the bewildering Huan, and walked in front of the 4 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He bowed and saluted, saying, "Seniors, this junior greets you. Because I have some unspeakable troubles, I have to leave. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me." When Xiaohua took down the bewildering Huan, the 4 cultivators had already seen Xiaohua's cultivation level. They were already disdainful of him. When they heard Xiaohua's words, none of them paid attention to him. That fellow Taoist Gon also withdrew his divine sense and whispered something to Shui Daoyu. However, he had already used a sound transmission technique, so others couldn't hear him. After Xiaohua finished speaking, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He put on the bewildering Huan again and silently sat to the side. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the city guard came in and said the transportation formation was ready. He asked everyone to get up. Xiaohua didn't dare to leave first. He waited until the 4 foundation establishment cultivators left before he walked in last. Following a passage with restrictions, they walked underground for a while. A transportation formation appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was the same formation that Xiaohua used to come to Shallow Language City yesterday. The transportation was very smooth. When Xiaohua carefully pretended to be dizzy and sat in the transportation formation, he had already arrived at Yenyuan City. The 4 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't even look at Xiaohua. They rushed out of the transportation formation and went straight to find the city guard. As for how they were going to be transported to Shihuang town, Xiaohua didn't want to know. He only estimated that it was about time for him to pretend to be dizzy and walked out of the transportation formation. Just like before, when Xiaohua just came out, several divine senses locked onto him. However, when Xiaohua left Yenyuan City as if nothing had happened and directly flew in the direction of Xuanyan cult, those divine senses gradually disappeared. Damn it, why did I come out like a thief? This feeling is really unbearable. Xiaohua was extremely depressed by the inexplicable divine senses. He didn't know that the pearl in his space had caused such a huge disturbance in the cultivation world of the country of Shi. From Yenyuan City to Xuanyan Cult, Xiaohua traveled together with Kaizhuxia. It took quite a long time. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. His left and right body were confused. No one knew what cultivation level he was at. Urging all the transcendence energy in his body, he rushed towards Xuanyan Cult with a speed comparable to Foundation establishment. Alas, things remain the same, but people have changed. It's just like this. Xiaohua saw Xuanyan Cult's unusually grand guest pavilion and thought of Kaizhuxia in his heart. If fellow Taoist Kai is here, she must be overjoyed. That embryonic breathing pill can help her break through the barrier of the 5th level of qi refining. When Xiaohua landed on the ground, the ones who came out of the guest pavilion were still Ming Feng and Ming Cheng. When Ming Feng saw Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Ming Cheng and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, have you been to my Xuanyan cult before? Ming Cheng was also a bit confused. He smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist, are you that loose cultivator? Xiaohua had already removed the confusion, so it was naturally his true appearance. He smiled and said, I am indeed Xiaohua. It's fortunate that you two fellow Taoists still remember you're really that loose cultivator? Ming Cheng's face showed even more astonishment. I remember that half a year ago. Fellow Taoist's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of qi refining. In just half a year's time. Ming Feng blinked his eyes and said somewhat strangely. I only had some other opportunities. It's nothing. Compared to the disciples of 2 famous sects, the difference is too great. Xiaohua didn't say much. He directly took out Zhuo Qingyuan's keepsake and said, I still came to visit fellow Taoist Zhuo this time. I wonder if it's convenient for you to notify me. This. Ming Cheng was a bit hesitant. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know the reason? He hurriedly took out several medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over, saying with a smile, fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. This is a small token of appreciation from I. Please accept it. Ming Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to be polite. It's not that I don't want to notify you, but Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo seemed to be in closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. He seemed to want to attack the 12th level of qi refining. I don't know if Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo has come out of closed-door cultivation. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart. Zhuo Qingyuan is in closed-door cultivation. Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely because the embryonic breathing pill was successfully refined. Immediately, Xiaohua stuffed the spirit stones into Ming Cheng's hand and said with a smile, fellow Taoists, feel free to try. If you haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I will leave right away and come back after a period of time. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too courteous. Please. Ming Cheng received the spirit stones and raised his hand. Please wait inside for a moment, fellow Taoist Xiao. Good, it really makes a difference whether or not I have spirit stones to open the way. Xiaohua inwardly sighed with emotion. The last time he came, these 2 boys simply didn't notify him and left Xiaohua and Kaizhuxia hanging in front of them for several days. This time, they actually directly invited Xiaohua to wait inside the guest pavilion. In fact, Xiaohua actually still had some misunderstandings. His visit this time was different from last time. First, in half a year's time, he went from the early 4th level of qi refining to the middle 4th level of qi refining. This kind of progress in cultivation, even in Xuanyan cult, was considerable. Second, the Zhuo Qingyuan he wanted to visit was also different from half a year ago. He was at the 12th level of qi refining. Very soon, he would become a foundation-building senior. How could these 2 boys dare to slight him? Especially when they knew that Xiaohua and Zhuo Qingyuan were acquainted. This was a very exquisite small room. Inside, there was a jade table and a jade stool. On the table, there were fresh spirit fruits. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng invited Xiao Hua into the small room. Only after someone brought in some spirit tea did they withdraw. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that the walls were faintly shining. He knew that there was a restriction in this small house. He sat on a jade stool and picked up a spirit fruit to taste. He had been hurrying on the road for more than 10 days and was also a little worried. It really made Xiao Hua feel a little tired. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua had just finished drinking the spirit tea when Ming Feng came in with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Xiao, senior martial brother Zhuo already came out of seclusion several days ago. Right now, he's at the master's place. Please wait for a moment, senior martial brother Zhuo will come right away. Huh? Xiao Hua stood up and asked, then fellow Taoist Zhuo, haha, senior martial brother Zhuo has indeed entered the peak of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few years, I will have to call him martial uncle Zhuo. Ha ha ha, that's great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, then congratulations to Xuanyan School. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Xuanyan School, Ming Feng's expression also became serious. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. This is all due to senior martial brother Zhuo's diligence, all due to the hard work of my master. Ming Feng poured some more spirit tea for Xiao Hua then withdrew. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua's excitement slowly calmed down. Since the embryonic breathing pill was useful to Zhuo Qingyuan, it was also useful to him. However, since cultivating until now, Xiao Hua had never encountered a bottleneck. He himself didn't know when to use this embryonic breathing pill, so he could only treat it as a backup. Just as he was thinking, the room's door was pushed open. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhuo. However, when he saw the person who came in, he was stunned. The person in front of him wasn't Zhuo Qingyuan, but Xiao Mao. That fourth layer qi refining, somewhat arrogant, somewhat childish and somewhat impulsive Xiao Mao. Big brother Xiao, it's little brother. When Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua, he quickly took a few steps forward and bowed in greeting. Big brother Xiao. Xiao Hua scratched his head and hurriedly supported Xiao Mao, somewhat muttering in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua supported Xiao Mao and said with a smile, the two words big brother. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Xiao Mao straightened up, his eyes looking very sincerely at Xiao Hua and said, little brother didn't understand before and did things that didn't care about the consequences. If it wasn't for big brother Xiao stopping me in time, I'm afraid I would have brought a lot of trouble upon myself, Xiao Hua said with a smile, that was just a small effort. The key point is that fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of Xuanyan School. I am just a loose cultivator, so I don't deserve this title. Chapter 1481. Big brother Xiao is wrong. Xiao Mao said with a smile, my aptitude is considered inferior among all the martial brothers. I'm not much better than big brother Xiao. Ouch, only now did Xiao Mao notice Xiao Hua's cultivation. His face was filled with shock as he said, big brother Xiao, you are already at the middle of the fourth level of qi refining? It's only been 2 years and big brother Xiao actually jumped from the second level of qi refining to the middle of the fourth level. This aptitude, even in Xuanyan School, it's considered average. This is nothing. Xiao Hua said indifferently, it's just some luck. How can it compare to the elegance of your Xuanyan School? If fellow Taoist Xiao breaks through the bottleneck one day, the peak of qi refining can also be expected. Sigh, Xiao Mao's face showed a trace of bitterness, but he immediately covered it up and forced a smile. I'll borrow big brother Xiao's auspicious words. I hope this time, it will be effective. This time? Xiao Hua didn't understand, but seeing that Xiao Mao had no intention of explaining, he didn't pursue the matter. Actually, big brother Xiao, the reason why I call you big brother is because my family has fallen from grace since I was a child. My parents tried to protect my life, but they were killed by someone with a high cultivation. That person thought that I was young at that time and didn't know his true identity. Actually, I remember very clearly. If I had a high cultivation, I would definitely avenge my parents. Xiao Mao said, tears in his eyes. Xiao Hua watched from the side and didn't know how to comfort him. He could only say, since fellow Taoist Xiao has a blood feud, you have to work hard and cultivate. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions. Cultivate? Xiao Mao said with a bitter smile, Big Brother Xiao is a loose cultivator. You should know which is more important between cultivation and talent. Admittedly, I entered Xuanyan school, but I'm afraid I've already reached the end of my cultivation. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Big Brother Xiao, when Big Brother Xiao entrusted the jade pendant left behind by mother to Senior Marshal Brother Zhua, I've already treated Big Brother Xiao as my big brother. I don't know Big Brother Xiao's background, and I don't know if Big Brother Xiao is willing to be this big brother. However, I don't have any relatives. In this world, there is no one like Big Brother Xiao. He didn't even know who this little brother was, yet he helped this little brother. Furthermore, this little brother had mocked him several times. It's true, Brother Xiao. When I saw the familiar jade pendant that often appears in my dreams, I felt that I must be dreaming. Xiao Mao said somewhat emotionally. Xiao Mao, I really didn't think too much about it. This is just a small matter for I. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Giving favors to others without asking for anything in return. Big Brother Xiao, only such a person can be my big brother. Xiao Mao said in high spirits. But Xiao Hua still somewhat declined. He had been used to being alone for the past 2 years. He had never thought that someone would call him big brother. Actually, Big Brother Xiao, please don't make things difficult for me. Xiao Mao seemed to have matured a lot in this half a year. He wasn't in a hurry and instead said, the reason why I want to call you Big Brother is because of Big Brother Xiao's kindness. But more importantly, I'm afraid I won't be able to see Big Brother Xiao again. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked anxiously, What's going on? Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant. A trace of craftiness appeared on his somewhat childish face as he said with a smile, this is my Xuanyan school's secret. If it's not my family, this little brother wouldn't dare to easily tell you. Pfft. Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. Looking at the trace of anticipation in Xiao Mao's eyes, he reached out and patted Xiao Mao's head a few times, just like he did at Jingbo City's EG. He said, since you don't want to call me Big Brother, it's fine if you don't say it. Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Mao almost jumped up and shouted, I knew it. Big Brother Xiao will definitely be my big brother. After all, we're both surnamed Xiao. If you don't become my big brother, who will? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said to himself, I really don't know what my surname is. However, he still smiled and said, enough. This big brother of mine is just a loose cultivator with a shallow cultivation. You won't get any benefits from calling him that. Xiao Mao's eyes had some tears as he said, Big Brother Xiao, you're wrong. If you agree, I'll have another family member in this world. This is better than giving me anything. Xiao Mao, sit down first. What's the matter? You're just 12 or 13 years old. Even if you can't cultivate, it's not to the point where you won't be able to see Big Brother in the future. Xiao Hua said with a wave of his hand. I'll let Big Brother know. Xiao Mao waited for Xiao Hua to sit down before he sat to the side and explained the matter. The reason for the matter was also very simple. Xuanyan School obtained a cultivation method's cultivation chant from who knows where. However, this cultivation method was left behind from ancient times. It had already been who knows how many years since anyone cultivated it. However, this cultivation method could rapidly increase a cultivator's cultivation. It was something that all the cultivation methods in the present day could not hope to achieve. Thus, Xuanyan school selected 99 disciples from some disciples whose cultivation was not up to par and let them try this cultivation method. Of course, Xuanyan school also clearly explained the consequences of the cultivation method's success and failure, allowing these disciples to choose for themselves. Needless to say, even if it was Xiao Hua, if he encountered this kind of opportunity several years ago, he would also choose to try it without hesitation. After all, this was a kind of opportunity. Although the chances of failure were very high, but it was still better than not making any progress in cultivation. Strange, there's actually this kind of cultivation method? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the blood shadow technique. That kind of demonic technique that swallowed a cultivator's essence was the most direct and fastest way to increase cultivation. Xiao Mao, that cultivation method wouldn't be related to the demonic realm, right? Xiao Hua knew that he shouldn't ask, but he still couldn't help but ask. Big brother Xiao, what are you thinking? Xiao Mao explained the matter, and the stone in his heart was also put down. Seeing Xiao Hua ask, he smiled and said, My Xuanyan school is a large cultivation sect in the country of Xi. How could we use the demonic realm's techniques? Moreover, little brother has already agreed to participate in the trial. I've already obtained the cultivation method and such. In little brother's opinion, it has nothing to do with the demonic realm. Oh, then that's good. Xiao Hua nodded and said. Hee, big brother Xiao, you don't know. After little brother saw that cultivation method, only then did I know that in this world, there's actually such an unimaginable method that can actually merge magic treasures into the body at the qi refinement stage. Xiao Mao seemed to be a little excited as he concealed it. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, this is the secret of your Xuanyan school. There's no need to tell big brother. Xiao Mao smiled and said, that cultivation method is Xuanyan school's secret. When the teacher passed it on, little brother had already made a blood oath. But the method of merging magic treasures into the body didn't say that it can't be passed on. How about little brother tell big brother about it? Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, if that's possible, big brother naturally wants to hear about it. When Xiao Mao told him about this method, Xiao Hua also slapped his head and said with a smile, this method is indeed useful. But, it seems, the requirements for the body are a little high. I'm afraid that those body cultivators came up with it. Big brother Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. Xiao Mao clapped and said, I heard some senior brothers say that it's indeed so. It's precisely because the requirements are too high that it's very difficult for people to do it, so there's no need to be afraid of it being leaked. Soon after, his mood became downcast again. It's also because it's so difficult, and this method is only the simplest threshold for cultivation methods, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult for little brother to succeed. It's also because of this that senior martial brother Zhuo received news that big brother Xiao was coming, so he sent a message to little brother, telling little brother to come see big brother Xiao one last time. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Although Xiao Mao's cultivation was about the same as his, he was still a 12-year-old boy after all. His mood was unstable, and there wasn't any path ahead. It was no wonder that he was dejected. Xiao Mao, since you've chosen this path, then you must walk it with the idea of success. Otherwise, if you yourself don't believe that you'll succeed, will the heavens give you the chance to succeed? Xiao Hua didn't know what to say to persuade him, so he could only say it simply. Little brother knows. Xiao Mao raised his small face and said, little brother just suddenly gained a relative like big brother Xiao, so it's somewhat hard for me to control myself. Just as they were talking, the door to the room was pushed open again, and Zhuo Qingyuan walked in. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao hurriedly stood up. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, senior martial brother Zhuo. Now that you've reached the peak of the aura refining realm, you can expect to enter the foundation establishment realm. Zhuo Qingyuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Isn't this all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao?" Then, he looked left and right and asked, "Where's fellow Taoist Kai? Could it be that she's not in a hurry to get this embryonic breathing pill?" Xiao Hua's expression was gloomy as he said, "Fellow Taoist Kai has already died. She can't use this embryonic breathing pill anymore. Oh, what a pity." Zhuo Qingyuan's face was also shocked as he said, "Fellow Taoist Kai's character is upright, and she clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. She's an extraordinary woman that's rarely seen. Why did she leave just like that?" "Sigh, this is fate." Xiao Hua briefly explained the matter. "What a pity." Zhuo Qingyuan also shook his head. "If I hadn't told fellow Taoist Xiao about the fire essence flame crystal, I'm afraid this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. I clearly know that the fire essence flame crystal is an item that's practically extinct in the cultivation world, but I still felt lucky. After all, my Xuanyan sect put in a lot of effort for the fire essence flame crystal this time, and the reward is very generous. It's extremely beneficial to fellow Taoist Xiao or Lu Yang's Kai family, so." Zhuo Qingyuan said very apologetically. "I understand fellow Taoist Zhuo's feelings, but I still thank fellow Taoist Zhuo for his good intentions." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Then, his eyes turned and he asked, "Could it be, this fire essence flame crystal is very hard to find? Haven't the other cultivation families found it?" "Maybe after a long time, but right now, there's no such thing," Zhuo Qingyuan said absent-mindedly. Then, he patted his hand and took out a few jade bottles from his storage bag. He handed them over and said, "These are 14 embryonic breathing pills. My sect's alchemist refined 24 of them and kept 8 for himself. I took 2 of them, so please accept them, fellow Taoist Xiao." Chapter 1482. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and reached out to receive them. He looked at Xiao Mao and handed 2 over, smiling. "I just said that I didn't have anything to give you, and now I have." Seeing this, Xiao Mao's small face flushed red. He wanted to reach out to receive them, but also wanted to wave his hand. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's very concerned gaze, his heart warmed, his nose soured, and tears flowed down. He used his sleeve to wipe them away, reached out to receive them, and said, "Thank you for the medicinal pills, big brother." "Big brother?" At the side, Zhuo Qingyuan was slightly stunned. His brows furrowed for no reason, but immediately after, he also sighed and said, "Xiao Mao, since you've made your choice, don't regret it and don't have too many worries in your heart. I let you come to see fellow Taoist Xiao because I want you to untie the knot in your heart. Otherwise, if you go to the trial with too many grudges, you'll only end up dying. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Xiao Mao hurriedly put away the embryonic breathing pill and bowed very respectfully. "Sigh, I just heard from Master that the trial this time has extremely high requirements for meridians. Go back and take a look at the sect's cultivation technique that strengthens meridians. It might be beneficial to you," Zhuo Qingyuan said after some hesitation. "Disciple understands," Xiao Mao said in a low voice. "After sending fellow Taoist Xiao off, disciple will go look for it." "Oh, right, fellow Taoist Zhuo." When the two finished speaking, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "I want to ask, the surprise that fellow Taoist Zhuo spoke of earlier, what is it?" "He, for fellow Taoist Xiao, what else can it be? Of course it's the complete cultivation technique," Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile, but suddenly he was stunned again and asked somewhat incredulously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao obtained fire essence flame crystals? How many are there?" Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat impatient. Seeing Zhuo Qingyuan's expression, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand, took out a jade bottle, and said with a smile, "What even a cultivation family can't find, how much can I find?" "Just this little bit," Great. Quickly let me see. Zhuo Qingyuan's face was filled with joy. When Zhuo Qingyuan saw the green bean-sized fire essence flame crystals in the fiery red jade bottle, he said in surprise, so many. Ah. There's still a lot. Xiaohua stared blankly and secretly regretted it. If he hadn't known earlier, he also didn't know how to divide this thing into 3 pieces. Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao. With so many fire essence flame crystals, you can definitely exchange for that qi refinement technique. Zhuo Qingyuan put away the jade bottle and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, please wait a moment. Xiaohua anxiously tugged on Zhuo Qingyuan's sleeve. What? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhuo Qingyuan was confused. Other than cultivation methods, is there anything else? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Zhuo Qingyuan asked curiously, aren't cultivation methods what individual cultivators need the most? This is a complete qi refinement cultivation method. If it wasn't for the fact that our humble sect urgently needed these fire marrow flame crystals to try out the primordial cultivation method, we might not have taken it out. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked again. He turned to look at Xiao Mao and felt very uneasy. But Xiao Mao lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything. It was too late for Xiaohua to regret now. After all, he had already given the fire marrow flame crystals to Zhuo Qingyuan. He could only ask, I just want to know if there is anything else. There is. One is a cultivation method, one is a magic weapon, and one is the true Samadhi fire technique. Zhuo Qingyuan said. Then what is the true Samadhi fire technique used for? Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Oh, there are many ways to use the true Samadhi fire. It can be used to refine weapons, concoct pills, create talismans, and attack. However, it has an extremely high requirement for the cultivator. Generally, only foundation establishment cultivators can control it. Zhuo Qingyuan said casually. It can be used to concoct pills. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, please, fellow Taoist Zhuo. I want this true Samadhi fire technique. Are you sure? Fellow Taoist Xiao. This is a cultivation method used by foundation establishment cultivators. Zhuo Qingyuan frowned and asked. Yes, I am sure. I hope fellow Taoist Zhuo can handle it. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Alright, no problem. Even though Zhuo Qingyuan didn't know why Xiaohua was like this, he still agreed. He turned his head and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, you accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. I'll be right back. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiao Mao said very respectfully. Zhuo Qingyuan turned around and left. However, after walking halfway, he turned around again and said, oh right, I still forgot something. Please speak, fellow Taoist Zhuo. When I asked this lowly pill refiner to refine the embryonic breathing pill, a pill refiner called Yan Yu once asked I who wanted to refine it. Of course, I didn't say fellow Taoist Zhao's name. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile. He, thank you, fellow Taoist Zhuo. This Yan Yu. I don't know him. Xiaohua was shocked in his heart, but he still replied calmly. Is there even a need to say this? Yan Yu, Yan Liwei, they are both surnamed Yan. This pill refiner called Yan Yu is probably Yan Liwei's direct relative. Zhuo Qingyuan didn't say anything. He turned around and left the room. After he left, Xiaohua immediately said apologetically, Xiao Mao. Big brother still harmed you. Big brother didn't know that this fire essence flame crystal was actually something you guys needed for cultivation. Big brother, don't take it to heart. Xiao Mao said with a smile, didn't you hear what senior martial brother Zhuo said? Even if big brother doesn't bring this thing over now, other cultivator families will sooner or later. Moreover, our lowly sect took out cultivation techniques, magic tools, and true samadhi fire to exchange for it. With such a great reward, there will definitely be brave men. The sooner Big Brother brings it over, the sooner Big Brother will benefit. I'm ashamed. Xiao Hua's heart was still uneasy. He sat on the jade chair and was very restless. After all, he had just recognized a little brother. If he immediately pushed him into the fire pit, it really couldn't be justified. It's okay, Big Brother. Didn't Senior Marshal Brother Zhua say that? He told me to look for a method to strengthen the meridians. Little brother might not be useless. Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua's frown and comforted him. Looking at this rather sensible boy, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment, then stood up and said, Xiao Mao, Big Brother has a cultivation technique to pass on to you. However, you have to make a blood oath and not tell anyone about it. Big Brother is going to teach me a cultivation technique? Xiao Mao was stunned. Yes, a cultivation technique to strengthen the meridians. So it's like this. Xiao Mao was somewhat disapproving, but he still made a blood oath according to Xiao Hua's words. Okay, listen carefully. Soon after, Xiao Hua used a yellow talisman to silence the sound and whispered the most basic part of the dragon transformation art to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was confused when he heard it. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he asked curiously, This cultivation technique is indeed related to the meridians, but how does little brother cultivate? Don't be impatient. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and explained the part of the blood shadow art that he used to cultivate the dragon transformation art in detail to Xiao Mao. This Xiao Mao was indeed worthy of being a disciple of a famous sect. Although he was still a chi refinement boy, he already vaguely knew the dark side of this cultivation technique. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Xiao Mao let out a long breath and nodded, Big Brother, just now little brother thought that the cultivation technique that I, Xuanyan, taught was inconceivable. Now it seems that Big Brother's cultivation technique is truly inconceivable. Yes, since you know, then you should know how powerful it is. You have already made a blood oath, I hope you can abide by it. Xiao Hua said solemnly. He was still somewhat worried about this teenage boy. Big Brother, don't worry. Little brother is very clear about what a blood oath is. Big Brother, remove the silence. Senior Brother Zhua will be back soon. Little brother will carefully comprehend and memorize what Big Brother said. Xiao Mao sat cross-legged on the jade stool and closed his eyes to memorize. Xiao Hua did not disturb him. He also sat at the side and waited quietly. It was also strange. He originally thought that Zhuo Qingyuan would be back soon, but after waiting for a long time, no one pushed open the door and came in. Could it be that something happened? Xiao Hua frowned. He began to worry about his gains and losses. Xiao Mao opened his eyes. For a few questions about the dragon transformation art and the blood shadow art, Xiao Hua patiently answered them. Big Brother. You have such a miraculous cultivation technique. Why worry about the great Tao? Xiao Mao sighed with emotion. Sigh, it's a long story. Xiao Hua sighed. Just as he was about to speak, the door was pushed open. Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. It was Zhuo Qingyuan who walked in with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, how is the situation? Xiao Hua asked somewhat impatiently. Zhuo Qingyuan smiled, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've made you wait for a long time. I'm afraid. Your heart is uneasy. Indeed. Xiao Hua was not polite and said with a smile, I'm afraid that something good will happen again. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhuo Qingyuan patted his storage bag and took out 2 books. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please be at ease. My Xuanyan school is a large cultivation sect in the country of Xi. How can we go back on our words? I came late because I asked for an extra qi refinement cultivation technique for fellow Taoist Xiao. I want fellow Taoist Xiao to consider again. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to choose a cultivation technique now, it's still not too late. Understanding Zhuo Qingyuan's meaning, Xiao Hua was grateful in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhuo's intentions. I have already thought it through. It's better to choose that true samadhi fire. Alright, since fellow Taoist Xiao still chooses this way, I also have nothing to say." Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat helpless. He handed over a book in his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please check it." Xiao Hua received it. On the book were the 4 large words, True Samadhi Fire. He flipped through it again. It was the content on how to practice the true Samadhi fire and how to use it. And what Xiao Hua was most interested in, was actually how to use the true Samadhi fire to refine medicinal pills. Excellent! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He put away the true Samadhi fire and bowed, saying, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Zhuo's great kindness. I am endlessly grateful. No need to be so courteous. Fellow Taoist Xiao is chivalrous and benevolent, taking care of Xiao Mao. This need not be mentioned. Fellow Taoist Xiao has also helped I a lot. Not only did you give I the opportunity to set foot on the peak of Qi refinement, you also gave me the fire essence flame crystal, allowing I to gain face in front of my master. This kind of kindness is nothing more than a slight effort. I don't deserve your thanks." Zhuo Qingyuan said very sincerely. "He, I also received many benefits from fellow Taoist Zhuo." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Haha, then there's no need to say anything." Zhuo Qingyuan laughed as he put the cultivation technique into his storage bag. Chapter 1484. Soon after, Zhuo Qingyuan took Xiao Mao back to the mountain. Before leaving, Xiao Mao asked Xiao Hua for a communication talisman and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this poor Taoist will send you a message in 3 or 5 years. If I send you a message, I'll report your kindness to you." If, seeing that Xiao Mao's eyes were red, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Stay in Xiunyan school and cultivate well. According to what fellow Taoist Zhuo said, stabilize your meridians. In a few years, you will become a hero of Xiunyan school." "Ai, thank you fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Mao bowed. Although it wasn't a big bow, the respect in his eyes was no less than a big bow. Xiao Hua watched as the two of them flew away. Then, he rose and flew away as well, rushing towards Yenyuan City. Along the way, Xiao Hua did not idle. He read through the True Samadhi Fire Manual from beginning to end. Indeed, this manual was just as Zhuo Qingyuan had said. It could only be practiced by foundation establishment stage cultivators. Based on Xiao Hua's current level of cultivation, there was no hope of him mastering it. However, after Xiao Hua finished reading the entire cultivation technique and memorizing it, he accidentally activated his magic power and cultivated according to the cultivation technique's records. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could actually cultivate a cultivation technique that only foundation establishment cultivators could cultivate. Strange. Xiao Hua thought, could it be that Zhuo Qingyuan was lying to me? That's not possible. Xiao Hua immediately denied it. After thinking for a long time, he could only blame it on his fire attribute body. Xiao Hua's thoughts were correct. As mentioned before, Xiao Hua's body was formed from the flesh and blood of a phoenix. This true Samadhi fire was a foundation establishment cultivator's ability, but in front of Xiao Hua, it wasn't too difficult to cultivate. Young master's luck has finally exploded. Xiao Hua thought as he flew, with this true Samadhi fire, I don't need to find any earth fire anymore. I can just use it to refine pills. Moreover, young master has so many spirit herbs in his space. If I can turn them all into pills, why would I be afraid of not increasing my cultivation? Even Xiunyan school's technique can't compare to this, right? As Xiaohua thought of this, he saw Yenyuan City in the distance. However, at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly felt that he had missed something. I-oh. Xiaohua abruptly stopped in midair. Although he was wearing a camouflage robe and others couldn't see his expression, his slightly trembling figure clearly showed the excitement in his heart. A shortcut, a shortcut. Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. A voice kept roaring in his mind, what quick method? Isn't it just the method of fusing magic tools into the body that Xiao Mao first talked about? Didn't Xuanyan teach Xiao Mao and the others such an unimaginable technique just so they could guide the fire attribute spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal into their meridians? And their method, which is what Xiao Mao didn't tell me, isn't it the method to absorb and refine spiritual energy? This young master doesn't care about their spiritual energy refining method. Isn't this young master lacking true energy right now? This young master only needs a method to guide the fire attribute spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal into his meridians and refine that extremely pure fire attribute spiritual energy into his own true energy. Then, wouldn't my cultivation be able to speed up as well? It was as if a path to the heavens had appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. But, can't this fire marrow flame crystal be absorbed using an ordinary technique? Since Xuanyan school has a special method to guide spiritual energy into the body, and also has a secret technique to refine spiritual energy, this fire marrow flame crystal, the fire attribute spiritual energy is probably not that simple, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was no longer in a hurry to go to Yenyuan City. He landed on the ground, found a secluded cave, and blocked the entrance. Then, he took out another fire marrow flame crystal and removed the yellow talisman from the jade bottle. An extremely hot and desolate aura came from the fire marrow flame crystal. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He held the fire marrow flame crystal in his hand and tried to use the method of absorbing fire attribute spiritual energy into his body. Unfortunately, after several attempts, not a single trace of spiritual energy was drawn out from the fire marrow flame crystal. As expected, Xiaohua was not alarmed but happy. He very carefully put away the fire marrow flame crystal and closed his eyes to meditate. He thought about the technique that Xiao Mao had taught him from beginning to end several times. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a piece of top-grade fire star spirit stone from the space. He formed a few obscure seals in his hand and wrapped the spirit stone in layers. Then, with a slap of his hand, the spirit stone gradually seeped into Xiaohua's arm. Immediately after, Xiaohua mobilized the magic power in his body and tried to draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit stone according to the instructions of the technique. After several attempts, the spiritual energy in the top-grade spirit stone did not move at all. Not a single trace of spiritual energy seeped out. Strange. Xiaohua slapped his hand and the top-grade spirit stone bounced out from his arm. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the fiery spirit stone. He felt a little strange. The spiritual energy in this fire marrow flame crystal, could it be that it is different from the spiritual energy in the top-grade spirit stone? Thinking about this, Xiaohua spat out his magic power and the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was absorbed into Xiaohua's meridians. Presumably, it is different. Xiaohua was speechless. Should I merge the fire marrow flame crystal into my body? Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, it was immediately extinguished by Xiaohua. This is the same size as the fire marrow flame crystal that was given to Xuanyan school. According to Zhuoqing Yuan, that fire marrow flame crystal was already a lot and was enough for Xiao Mao and the others to use. So many of them only used one. How would I dare to use so many by myself? Wouldn't the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal explode? Xiaohua shrunk his neck and also put the top-grade spirit stone into the space. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the true Samadhi fire technique. The next day, Xiaohua came out from the stone cave. He put on a camouflage cloak and flew into the air. He first looked left and right before flying towards Yenyuan City. After Xiaohua entered Yenyuan City, he did not go to the Fu clan's store. Instead, he went directly to the transportation array. Unfortunately, there were only 2 cultivators heading towards Shallow Speech City. Including Xiaohua, there were only 3. Unless Xiaohua was willing to pay 3 extra spirit stones, he could only wait here. What kind of person was Xiaohua? How could he pay extra spirit stones for this transportation array? After leaving behind the message talisman, Xiaohua left the transportation array. When the divine senses circling around Xiaohua saw that Xiaohua was going to Shallow Speech City, they decreased in number. When they saw that Xiaohua did not pay extra spirit stones, they immediately disappeared without a trace. They were no longer interested in him. Heh, this young master was originally a poor man who started from scratch. You all have misjudged me. Xiaohua sneered as he walked. Xiaohua temporarily stayed in Yenyuan City. He left a message talisman for the city guard at the transportation array and found himself an inn to cultivate. As for Shallow Speech City, in the southwest corner, there was a rather large building. This building had a very grand aura. It had an earthy red door, a towering archway, and a wall that was about the height of 3 people. On the wall, there were curtains carved with strange patterns. On the door, there was also a set of very strange relief carvings. However, all of these things were in decline. Not only were their colors dim, but many places were damaged. Although it was not to the extent of being in ruins, it was not far from it. Many mortal cultivators inadvertently passed by this door. None of them paid attention to the 3 strange words, Moonlight Temple, engraved on the door, which were engraved with all kinds of patterns. At this time, inside the Moon Temple, in a place where weeds grew and cobwebs were densely covered, behind dozens of large stones, an ordinary-looking female cultivator without any lines on her body was anxiously pacing back and forth. This female cultivator was none other than Xianlan. Xianlan looked at the sky and then looked at the ground. She lost her composure and said in a low voice, It's been more than 10 days. Senior Chiu, why hasn't he come yet? Could it be because he knows that the Fu clan is the main culprit and changed his mind at the last minute and doesn't dare to come? But if Senior Chiu doesn't dare to come, how can our Liao clan take revenge? Liao clan. If Fu Min was at the side at this moment, her eyes would probably fall to the ground, right? At this time, the weeds on the ground moved without any wind and a few of them actually floated in the air. Then, a huge pressure descended from the sky and a slightly fat figure appeared in the distance at the entrance of the Moon Temple. Senior Chiu. Xianlan saw the figure and was overjoyed. She quickly rushed over and bowed. Xianlan, I'm late. Did you wait anxiously? Senior Chiu was more than 50 years old and his body was like a ball. When he walked, the fat on his face jiggled. How did he look like a foundation establishment cultivator? I wouldn't dare. I've only been here for a few days. Xianlan smiled apologetically. You little girl, how can you be as shrewd as your father? I've received your 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman for more than 10 days. If you've only been here for a few days, then it would be strange. Senior Chiu scolded with the look of an elder. I've only been here for a few days. I've walked around Shallow Speech City and it's also a kind of experience. Xianlan smiled apologetically and said, My time isn't much. I'm sure you've been delayed by something. Ha, of course. Actually, I've already received your 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. However, I've been near Shihuang town and had some urgent matters to attend to. That's why I've been delayed. Senior Chiu looked a little regretful and said, I'm just a little late. If I had gone earlier, seeing Senior Chiu's expression, Xianlan didn't want to ask but she couldn't help but ask curiously, what matter actually made Senior Chiu think so highly of it? With Senior Chiu's foundation establishment middle stage cultivation, what matter can't you handle easily? Sigh, a lightning pearl that has always been rare in the cultivation world. If I could refine this lightning pearl into my own magic treasure, wouldn't I have an extra ability? Even if I faced a golden core cultivator, I would have the power to fight. Senior Chiu sighed and said, unfortunately, I was too late. Lightning pearl? Golden core cultivator? Xianlan covered her mouth in shock. Not to mention that she had never heard of the lightning pearl, even a golden core cultivator, was someone she could only dream of. To be continued. Chapter 1485. AI, why am I telling you this? Senior Chiu suddenly laughed. Don't look down on me just because I'm a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator. When I arrived at Shihuang Town, I found out that Splendid Sect actually sent 8 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. 7 Skills Sect also sent 4 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. As for Xuanyan School, I haven't met them yet. There are also other Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. With my little cultivation, I really don't dare to go forward. So many Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. Xianlan couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, let's not talk about it. Liao girl, you sent me a message in such a hurry. Did you find some clues in the Fu clan? Senior Chiu asked. When Xianlan heard this, her face became serious and she nodded, yes, Senior Chiu. I did find something, Something? Senior Chiu frowned and said, I did promise you something, but, the Fu clan is also a cultivation clan. If there isn't anything concrete, it's not convenient for me to make a move. Moreover, I only promised you to make a move once. Regardless of success or failure, the deal between you and me has to start. You have to keep your promise. Moreover, you just went to the Fu clan. How can you find any clues in just a few months? I'm just a female cultivator. I don't have the chance to enter the Fu clan as a disciple. If I can't find anything now, I definitely won't be able to find anything in the future. Things are really coincidental. Perhaps the ancestors of my Liao clan are still alive in the underworld. Although I've only been in Jinhua Mountain for a few months, I really did find some clues. Xianlan said sadly, moreover, please be at ease, Senior. I will definitely fulfill the promise that I have made to you. As long as Senior makes a move this time, I will definitely fulfill Senior's wish. Good, since you said so, how can I not dare to make a promise? Tell me what happened. The head of the Fu clan in Mount Jinhua is only at the early Foundation establishment stage. This old man is still able to shoulder the responsibility. Senior Chiu took a step forward. The fat on his face jiggled as he spoke in a very arrogant manner. Thank you, Senior Chiu. Xianlan bowed and said calmly. On the Dawn Rain continent, there was a place that was filled with sandstorms. Countless hurricanes blew up the sand on the ground, and they suddenly rose into the air. In the air, the hurricanes that suddenly appeared blew the sand far away. This sandstorm covered the entire world, and the sun and moon could not be seen above. The ground could not be seen below, and there was only darkness in the boundless world. In this darkness, a faint light suddenly appeared. That light seemed to be moving very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it moved very far away. The faint brilliance looked very weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with a single blow. However, after the hurricane swayed a few times, the brilliance was like a small blade of grass in the wind and rain, able to stand tall. Countless grains of sand rapidly struck the brilliance, like thousands of flying swords. However, these grains of sand could only penetrate half an inch into the brilliance before they lost their strength and softly slid down from the brilliance. Looking at the brilliance again, there were actually 2 frail women. The first was a female cultivator in her 20s. Her figure was slender, and her skin was snow white. She wore a fiery red robe, which was completely different from the style on the Dawn Rain continent. The woman's eyebrows were like black, and her curved eyes were like crescent moons. In those curved eyes, there was a pair of purple pupils that showed a trace of confusion. Looking behind the female cultivator, there was a little girl with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was only 5 or 6 years old, and her skin was also snow white. In the little girl's hand, there was something that looked like a flower basket. That flower basket should be able to emit light, and the brilliance around the two women came from that flower basket. The little girl held the flower basket in one hand, and the other hand was placed in front of her chest. In that hand, there was a small yellow marten. The small marten's eyes were slightly closed, and it looked like it was on the verge of death. Behind the small marten, there was a tail that was even bigger than the small marten, hanging straight in the air. From time to time, it would tremble slightly, showing that it still had a trace of vitality. Empress. Outside the brilliance, the wind and sand were raging, and no sound could be heard. However, inside the brilliance, there was silence. The little girl's voice sounded, this little thing is probably going to die, right? Maybe. The female cultivator who was called Empress frowned and whispered, I don't know either. Then, why don't you hurry up and cast the spell? The little girl was a little anxious. I don't need you to tell me what I do. The woman was slightly angry. The little girl was a little panicked, but she was not afraid. She stuck out her tongue and said, I saw that Empress likes this little thing, and this little thing is really cute. I don't think there is such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm. You haven't seen it before, but it doesn't mean that there isn't such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm. The woman sneered, although this thing looks like the small marten, it is also different from the small marten. However, the root of the problem is that the Xiaoyu continent is just a cultivation world. How can there be a demonic beast that doesn't exist in the 10,000 demon realm? But the little girl bit her lips and argued, this demonic beast seems to have a kind of extremely high-level aura. What high-level aura? Isn't it just a strange eye between its eyebrows? It's not like there isn't such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm. The woman was still unhappy. Forget it, since Empress doesn't like it, then I'll just leave this thing here. The little girl pretended to throw it away, the wind and sand here are very strong. If we leave this little thing here, it will die in a moment. Empress and I will have peace of mind. Shut up. When did I tell you to throw it away? The woman angrily scolded. I know that Empress is kind and doesn't want to hurt it. The little girl stuck out her tongue and laughed. You little girl, you have a temper after coming to the Xiaoyu continent. How dare you talk to me like this? The woman smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to save this little thing. It's just that. It's just that what? Empress, you are the most merciful. Hurry up and use your supreme magical power to save it. Nonsense, although I have magical power, it is far from being a supreme magical power. Don't say it and let others laugh at you. The woman scolded with a smile, this little thing. I can't figure out the damage it suffered. It doesn't seem to be the common damage of the body, but the power of space and time. Well, I can't be sure. After all, I'm not clear about this kind of damage. In addition, I also tried to use the method of using the life source spirit beast. Hearing this, the little girl was shocked and said, Empress, how can you use such a method? This servant has wronged you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why would I talk to you, little girl? The woman said snappily, besides, the method of using the life source spirit beast didn't work. Ah. That's right. The little girl suddenly realized, Empress's method of using the life source spirit beast is the best in the 10,000 demon realm. How can it not work? Could it be? The little girl's mouth was wide open. She looked very carefully at the little marten in her hand. Even her arms were trembling, and she stuttered, this little thing is a divine beast? Pfft. The woman laughed. Her charming smile was like the most gorgeous flower in the dusk. Even the little girl was stunned when she saw it. The woman ignored her and said with a smile, "You have heard too many legends. I'm afraid that divine beasts only exist in the immortal realm, no, the god realm, right? Empress, is there really a god realm?" The little girl was curious. The woman didn't seem to expect the little girl to ask this. She was obviously stunned and said with a smile, "It's all made up by others. The immortal realm is the place that cultivators like us should go. The god realm is just a place of sustenance." "What sustenance?" This servant doesn't understand. The little girl was very confused. It's very simple. It's a place that cultivators who didn't ascend to the immortal realm made up for those who did. It's a kind of jealousy of us ordinary cultivators. Ah. The immortal realm of the immortal realm? Jealousy? Ha ha ha. The little girl laughed very happily. At this time, the little marten also woke up. It opened its eyes weakly, and its little mouth slightly opened a few times. Then it slowly drank again. "Listen, Empress, this little thing is calling for its mother again." Where is its mother? It sounds so pitiful." The little girl stopped laughing and said with some sadness. "Yes, I heard it. This little thing has always been missing its mother. As soon as it wakes up, it will call for her. It's because of this concern that this Queen's Soul Beast technique is unable to plant a seed in its consciousness." The woman frowned and was puzzled, but this is different from the 10,000 demon realm. In the 10,000 demon realm, even if there is mother's demonic beast, I can still control it with ordinary beast techniques, not to mention the life source spirit beast technique. But this little thing is an exception. It's okay, Empress. As long as this little thing's mother is in the immortal realm, with your abilities, are you afraid that you won't be able to find it? The little girl said with a smile, "Also, this little thing keeps looking towards the south. I'm afraid that its mother is in the south. Empress, if you go all the way south, are you afraid that you won't be able to find her?" But the woman raised her head and looked at the sandstorm in the distance and murmured, "Although the Dawn Rain continent is an immortal realm, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Mother. In Yenyuan City, Xiaohua was cultivating with his eyes closed. An inexplicable palpitation suddenly came and that familiar voice sounded again, "Little Yellow," Xiaohua also called out inexplicably. But then, Xiaohua woke up and scratched his head, "Oh my! What's wrong with this young master? It's clearly calling me mother, why the hell would I agree? But, Little Yellow. It sounds so smooth, why does it sound so similar to Little White? Little White. Where did Little White go? Is it dead or alive?" Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the little white dragon that escaped with its soul essence. This Dawn Rain continent is really so many strange things. Xiaohua sighed and lost the mood to cultivate. He got up and left the inn. Chapter 1486. It's already been 3 days. Could it be that the teleportation formation still hasn't gathered enough people to go to Shallow Speech City? Xiaohua walked out of the inn and thought to himself, if it really doesn't work, then I'll just have to spend money. With that thought, Xiaohua walked towards the central plaza of Yenyuan City. Isn't this the Imperial Pill School's shop? Why does it look a little different? Xiaohua frowned as he thought to himself as he walked towards a shop. Soon after, he looked left and right before walking in. When Xiaohua walked to the door, a shop assistant dressed like a mortal cleverly went up to him and said with a smile, "Sir Immortal, do you still want to buy immortal pills?" "Immortal pills?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Since when can the Imperial Pill School refine immortal pills?" The shop assistant's face turned red and he didn't know what to do. He pinched the corner of his face with one hand and rubbed it with all his might. Xiaohua saw this and said with a smile, "Don't bother with call a fellow cultivator from the Imperial Pill School over. Otherwise, you won't understand what I say. Yes, I know. However, all the immortals in the shop are not here right now, so I'm the only one here to serve the immortals. The shop assistant said all of this in one breath before taking a deep breath. Oh. I see. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the empty shop. He said curiously, I came to this shop half a year ago. There seemed to be a lot of immortal pills. Why are they suddenly gone? Sir Immortal, I only came here a month ago. I don't know the exact situation. The shop assistant answered honestly. So, this shop seemed to have reopened a month ago? Xiaohua probed. The shop assistant thought for a moment and said hesitantly, according to what I know, the shopkeeper has changed. However, the immortal's business is different from my knowledge. I don't dare to make a conclusion. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of the shop assistant, Xiaohua said, since there's no one here who knows the business, I won't stay any longer. Sir Immortal, please take care. The immortals will be back in the time it takes to eat a meal. Sir Immortal can come back then. The shop assistant smiled apologetically. Xiaohua replied, then turned around and left. Xiaohua thought as he walked, this Imperial Alchemy School gained a lot from the auction half a year ago. How could they suddenly disappear? Could it be? A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's back. Could it be that Yan Yuan City, Xuanyan School, or other large powers have seen through some clues? During the auction, Xiaohua also made some moves. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just as he was thinking, a tea house appeared not far from the Imperial Pill Sect's shop. There were many cultivators sitting in the tea house. Some of them were sitting alone with a cup of spirit tea and a plate of spirit fruits in front of them. They were slowly sipping their tea. Some of them were sitting in groups, chatting and eating spirit fruits. Wonderful, this is an excellent place. Xiaohua looked at the few people in the tea house who were similarly mesmerized, and walked in without hesitation. After ordering a cup of the so-called Yunxi tea, as well as the famous drunken heart fruit, Xiaohua also sat alone at a table. Fellow Taoist, please. A second layer qi refining cultivator placed the spirit tea and spirit fruits in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded and handed over the spirit stones. Soon after, he picked up a drunken heart fruit and placed it in his mouth. When the familiar taste entered his mouth, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Xue Xue, the beautiful female cultivator who tasted the drunken heart fruit in front of him. According to the undercover Ling clan cultivator, Xue Xue seems to want to enter a famous cultivation sect. I don't know which sect it is. It seems that it's very easy for the disciples of cultivation aristocratic families to enter a cultivation sect. Perhaps this Xue Xue and Xuanyan school were all predetermined. Even if it wasn't arranged beforehand, it's about the same as Su Yanyan's Yun clan's Yunjichong. People often say that all cultivators in the world are fair in front of the heavenly Tao, but where is fairness? This young master has thought of every method, but I still can't find a cultivation sect to enter. Thinking about this, Xiaohua sighed and drank a mouthful of spirit tea. He waved his hand and the waiter from before came over. He asked, fellow Taoist, please. I want to ask, has the Imperial Pill School store opposite the tea house changed owners? I bought a marrow cleansing pill from that store half a year ago. Why is there only a mortal serving customers today? He, fellow Taoist is very considerate. The waiter smiled apologetically, looked around, and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist may not know, that Imperial Pill School seems to have offended some famous sect. In one night, they were chased out of Yenyuan City by the city guards. As for which sect they offended and why, I don't know. There's such a thing. Imperial Pill School opened a store in Yenyuan City. Isn't it protected by Yenyuan City? Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. That depends on what it is. According to I's estimation, this Imperial Pill School has offended even Yenyuan City. The waiter looked around again and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist may not know, but half a year ago, during the auction in Yenyuan City, something extremely strange happened." "What happened?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "First, a sect threw out many pills that could increase one's magic power. Second, a set of qi refinement cultivation techniques appeared." "Strange, strange. Which sect is this? Which sect obtained this cultivation technique?" Xiaohua asked. "Hehe, do you still need to ask?" "Of course it's." The waiter glanced at the Imperial Pill School store. "It's understandable that the one selling the pills is the Imperial Pill School. Could it be that the cultivation technique was also obtained by the Imperial Pill School?" Xiaohua asked in a low voice. "If fellow Taoist is looking for that cultivation technique, who do you think obtained it?" The waiter said disdainfully, "Other than the Imperial Pill School, who could have made such ample preparations?" "Hey, waiter, bring me a cup of spirit tea," a voice called out. The waiter responded and left in front of Xiaohua. "Hehe, I didn't expect that the Imperial Pill School would take the blame for me." Xiaohua smiled and picked up the teacup, preparing to drink the tea. However, just as the teacup touched his lips, Xiaohua suddenly froze. That voice just now? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't that the voice of the old man who was talking to Ling Yun in Yunxi Lake? Xiaohua thought and was about to turn around, but he stopped halfway and laughed inwardly. Who cares who he is? Ling Yun's revenge has nothing to do with me. Soon after, Xiaohua quietly drank his tea. After the time it took to eat a meal, the number of cultivators in the tea house increased. There were qi condensation cultivators and a few early foundation establishment cultivators. Many cultivators were talking through voice transmissions, and even more were talking loudly. Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This is actually a good place to gather information. Just as he was thinking, a cultivator stood up from his seat and walked straight out. "Fellow Taoist, where in Yenyuan City is the rice garden?" The cultivator walked to the door and asked casually. Xiaohua raised his head slightly. This cultivator was talking to Ling Yun. At this moment, Xiaohua could clearly see that he was a short, white-haired old man in the 6th level of qi refinement. "Let me tell you, fellow Taoist. The rice garden is not in Yenyuan City. Fellow Taoist, follow this street to the west. Leave through the west gate of Yenyuan City and walk another 10 li." The waiter smiled and added, "The rice garden is one of the most beautiful places in Yenyuan City. However, the season is not right now. All the trees in the garden have fallen. Fellow Taoist, if you go there because of its reputation, you will be disappointed." The old man was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, "Isn't that so? I don't come to Yenyuan City often. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. At least I'll have an impression." As he spoke, the old man lifted his leg and walked towards the west of the city. Xiaohua sat quietly, but his heart was in turmoil. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang's words in Jinhua Mountain rang in his ears again. After a while, Xiaohua stood up and thought to himself, forget it. I shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but I shouldn't let my guard down. This old man seems to be plotting something, and he knows that I've seen him in Jinhua City. I'll go take a look. If there's nothing, it'll be good. If there's something that's disadvantageous to me, then I can't just sit around and wait for death, can I?" Xiaohua walked out of the tea house, neither too fast nor too slow. When he was out of Yenyuan City, Xiaohua clapped his hands and was about to take out an Earth Escape talisman. He suddenly smiled and said, "Why would I need an Earth Escape talisman? Wouldn't a ready-made Earth Escape technique be more convenient?" Then, he formed a hand seal and his entire body sank into the ground, quickly disappearing. A few dozen li to the west of Yenyuan City was a large patch of bare forest. This forest was different from ordinary forests. There weren't any commonly seen trees in the forest, but rather paddy trees that were as thick as a thumb. These paddy trees were taller than a person and often grew in clusters. The branches of these paddy trees were extremely large, all reaching towards the sky. When the season was right, the fiery red paddy flowers on these paddy trees would look like burning flames, extremely beautiful. But now, the paddy flowers had long since withered. Not a single one was left. Only the lush weeds in the paddy garden swayed left and right in the gentle breeze. Along with the gentle breeze in the paddy garden, the unique fragrance of the paddy trees in the paddy garden faintly diffused around the garden. At this moment, on the east side of the paddy garden, an old man was holding a yellow talisman in his hand. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, appearing to be very vigilant. Goo goo, goo goo, one after another, what sounded like the chirping of a bird was very abrupt in this quiet paddy garden. But when the old man heard it, he was overjoyed. His body leapt up, revealing his upper body from the lush branches. Sure enough, at the source of the chirping, Xiaohua also revealed half of his head and was looking around. When he saw the old man, he was also overjoyed. He looked around and slowly flew over. Uncle Xiang. Xiaohua approached and bowed as usual. Uncle Xiang also smiled and helped him up. He asked, "Young master, did your trip to Mount Jinhua go smoothly?" Xiaohua straightened up, not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he carefully looked around. "Ha, young master has indeed grown up." Uncle Xiang was very pleased and said, "This old servant has already checked this area for a long time. There are no traces of humans." But just as Uncle Xiang's voice fell, Xiaohua's half-pulled head popped out from under several paddy trees several zhang away. Chapter 1487. Ha, it can't be helped. I've been living in fear in Jinhua Mountain, afraid that I might lose my life. I'm used to it. Songde smiled apologetically. Uncle Xiang said gently, "That's good. Young master, the world of cultivation is full of dangers. It's better to be safe than sorry. Can you tell this old servant about Mount Jinhua now?" Thus, Songde told Uncle Xiang everything that happened in Jinhua Mountain. However, Xiaohua was surprised that Songde didn't tell Uncle Xiang about the Fu puppet and Fu Zhu. It's not bad. You've just entered the Fu clan and you're already recognized by the Skyward Pavilion. You'll enter the inner circle and get closer to Fu Yunbua. If you have the chance to kill him, that would be the best. Otherwise, you'll be eyeing the elder position. Once you've stabilized your position, you'll... Uncle Xiang said proudly. Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but shiver. You're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you're afraid of thieves remembering. Songde seemed to be absent-minded. After Uncle Xiang finished, he whispered, "Uncle Xiang. Isn't this arrangement too long?" I thought, too long. How can it be so long? Uncle Xiang waved his hand and said, "Fu Yunbua is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How can you, a 7th-stage qi refining kid, be his opponent? If you don't rely on time to kill him, how can you have a chance? Moreover, you're a direct descendant of the Fu clan. Once you enter the inner circle, you'll be the same as when you were at home. You'll still cultivate and craft talismans. The only difference is that your status will be different." Uncle Xiang advised earnestly. "Uncle Xiang, I feel that, the Fu clan only has secret talismans and cultivation techniques. As long as I can get my hands on those techniques and talismans, even if I go to Mount Gung and rebuild the Liao clan, won't I be able to establish a Fu clan? It's easier said than done." Uncle Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "This old servant is very pleased that young master is so ambitious. However, this matter cannot be solved by hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness alone. It requires a meticulous plan. It is much easier to snatch the Fu clan from the original Fu clan than to build a new one." After that, Uncle Xiang persuaded Song Heng for a long time. Song Heng was slightly impatient and said, "Let's leave it at that, Uncle Xiang. There's still a long way to go. Let's play it by ear in the future." That works too. Little young master, although your magical power realm has already declined and your appearance is not the same as when you were young, Fu Yunbo will definitely not be able to recognize you. However, this identity must be kept a secret. Otherwise, any plan will be in vain. Oh, no one in the Fu clan recognized you, right? Why would I? I've never been to the inner yard and have only stayed in the Skyward Pavilion. I've never had the chance to see the elders of the inner yard. Then, he hesitated and said, "However, there was a talisman master in the Skyward Pavilion who saw me at the Jinghua City's EG, what? You?" There was some anger on the old man's face. Does he know who you are? He knows. I told him my name at that time. He knows that I'm Song Heng. Song Heng said helplessly, "However, I saw that he was very honest. He didn't leak any information during this period of time." "You're so short-sighted." Uncle Xiang lamented, "Just because he didn't say anything now doesn't mean that he won't say anything in the future. Just because he didn't say anything in the future doesn't mean that he won't say anything in the future. He's a talisman master and at most a Qi refining realm level 6 cultivator. Can't you, a Qi refining realm level 7 cultivator, kill him? You should have found a chance to kill him long ago. He is only a Qi refining realm level 4 cultivator." Song Heng hesitated. "I've seen him in Jinghua City. I think he's a good person. He's also very difficult. He's similar to me in the past. Moreover, he's also very obedient. He's always been close to me in Jinhua Mountain. You're too soft-hearted." Uncle Xiang was furious. "Young master, if you still want to avenge master and take back the Fu clan, then, the first thing you need to do, is to kill this little cultivator. You still have a long time to stay in Jinhua Mountain. It's hard to guarantee that this guy won't deliver you to Fu Yunbo in exchange for his future." This. Song Heng still hesitated for a while. He said in a low voice, "He's in Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan. I don't have a chance. If I kill him, I'm afraid it'll attract the Fu clan's attention. Then lure him out and kill him outside." Uncle Xiang said without hesitation. "Isn't it easy to kill someone? A Qi refining realm level 7 cultivator killing a Qi refining realm level 4 cultivator is as easy as stepping on an ant. Alright. Kid. Think about it again." Song Heng actually agreed. After that, the two of them talked for a while more before they left in a hurry. After waiting for a long time, Xiaohua appeared next to the paddy tree. He looked at the direction the old man left with a cold smile on his face. Although Xiaohua knew the old man's words were correct, the person he wanted to kill was him. Xiaohua was naturally unhappy. I didn't plan to disturb you. However, if you want me to kill you, with your cultivation level, it's really not enough." Xiaohua's cultivation level had increased, so his courage had also increased a lot. After laughing coldly, he escaped from the ground and appeared in the vicinity of the paddy tree. Just as Xiaohua arrived at the inn, a fiery red summoning talisman flew in front of him. Xiaohua received it and was overjoyed. "I finally gathered enough people. I can return to Shallow Speech City." However, Xiaohua immediately woke up. His grandma. Is there even a need to say this person? He definitely matches. Sure enough, when Xiaohua arrived at the teleportation formation, one of the cultivators matched. Of course, he also wore camouflage clothing. However, Xiaohua was very familiar with this camouflage clothing. It was very similar to the one Song Heng sold to Xiaohua. Other people might not be able to tell, but Xiaohua was very clear about it. "Fortunately, I have a real camouflage clothing. I'm not afraid of being recognized by Song Heng." Xiaohua secretly felt lucky. After arriving at Shallow Speech City, Xiaohua did not continue to teleport. Instead, he first went out of the teleportation formation to see what Songheng did. Just as Xiaohua expected, Songheng chose to teleport again and did not come out of the teleportation formation. Since Songheng directly returned to Thought You Town, presumably, he also listened to Uncle Xiang's words. I just don't know if this guy has any disloyalty towards me. Xiaohua pondered for a long time and decided to wait and see. He rested for a night in Shallow Speech City and teleported to Thought You Town the next day. The next day, Xiaohua was teleported to the town of Thought Moon. Xiaohua went to the outskirts of the town and got rid of the bewildering insect. He sent out a message talisman and soon flew over. When the two met, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior brother He, have you been in the town of Thought Moon for a long time? I have some matters to attend to this time. I've made senior brother wait for a long time. Hee, it's nothing. Doesn't it matter where I stop? I've already finished my business and waited here for several days. If junior brother doesn't return today, I'm afraid I'll have to return to Jinhua Mountain alone. Songheng said calmly. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said with a smile, what about Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang? Senior brother He, have you seen them? Oh, I haven't seen them. Perhaps they haven't returned from Thought You Town. Songheng said. It's about time. We'd better hurry back to Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua said. Alright, I'll lead the way. Songheng took the lead and flew away. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Songheng's figure. With a wave of his hand, he took out the black iron needle from the space and hid it in his hand. Then, he urged his transcendence energy and chased after Songheng. The first 2 days were nothing out of the ordinary. On the third day, Songheng smiled and said to Xiaohua, Junior brother Xiao, this Gold Phoenix Ridge is said to be the closest scenic spot to Jinhua Mountain. I've been waiting at Jinhua Mountain for several months but haven't had time to see it. Now that we're passing by, why don't we go and take a look? Xiaohua thought for a while and said, I'm afraid there's not enough time. We only took a little over 20 days of leave. Counting with my fingers, it's already passed. Or should we wait until later? It doesn't matter. Songheng smiled and said, when I asked Elder Fu for my leave, I already said 30 days. It's enough. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Seeing this, Songheng led Xiaohua and flew in the direction of Gold Phoenix Ridge. Gold Phoenix Ridge was indeed as Songheng said. Lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, strange rocks and strange peaks, and all kinds of wonderful places really made people linger. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart wasn't at ease. On one hand, he paid attention to Songheng's behavior, on the other hand, he still had to deal with Songheng's words when he casually pointed out the beautiful scenery. It really made him angry. Several times, Xiaohua wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and killed Songheng. But every time the black iron needle jumped, Xiaohua forcefully suppressed it. While they were talking, the two arrived at the location of a waterfall. They saw a string of bright white water flowing down from the top of the mountain, splashing up countless fine mist. The shwa-shwa sound of the water hitting the mountain rocks and the pool was like an ox, covering up the two people's conversation. It's really a good place to kill and rob. Xiaohua secretly praised in his heart. Junior brother Xiao, look at the top of the waterfall. As Songheng spoke, he took half a step forward and placed his hand on his storage pouch. Xiaohua had already released his perception. Although he couldn't see what Songheng was doing, he could roughly feel it. You finally gave yourself away. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He released his right hand, and the black iron needle in his hand was released. It quietly drew an arc in the air and flew to Songheng's back. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would still have to do something to cover it up. However, With such a loud sound of water and Song hangs back facing him, Xiaohua could definitely kill him with a single blow even if he used the tip of the devil's spear, let alone the black iron needle. According to the talisman puppet, the Golden Phoenix Ridge's waterfall is a spirit spring that comes from the mountain. It contains an abundance of spirit energy. If one can drink this spirit water, one's cultivation will also increase imperceptibly. Song Heng's words were faintly discernible in the sound of water, but Xiaohua didn't really listen. Seeing Song Heng lightly pat his hand, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage pouch. His arm moved slightly, and without even turning his head, he threw it out. Chapter 1488. With a wave of his hand, the yellow talisman in his hand shot out. Xiaohua didn't hesitate either. His fingers moved slightly, and the black iron needle rapidly pierced towards Tsong's back. But at this moment, Tsong's voice faintly transmitted, "I wonder if the talisman puppet has already arrived?" "What?" Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. When he raised his head to look, sure enough, Tsong's talisman was a transmission talisman. That scarlet light was flying towards the top of the waterfall, damn it. Xiaohua's fingers moved continuously. Arousing all the magic power in his body, he tried his best to retrieve the black iron needle. Hiss! The black iron needle rapidly trembled, just like Xiaohua's trembling heart. Fortunately, when the black iron needle pierced Song's back, it stopped. Sigh, Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was covered in sweat. Junior brother Xiao, are you not feeling well? Is it too difficult for you to leave this time? Song sensed Xiaohua's abnormality and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his head. He controlled the black iron needle to fly back more than a foot, but it still stopped in midair. It's good that you're not. Song said with concern, when I was drifting around Jinghua City, I also suffered a lot. Often, I would suddenly lose control of my magic power like junior brother Xiao. This was caused by painstakingly training without caring about the consequences. If junior brother Xiao returns to Jinghua Mountain, it's better for you to stop your cultivation for a while. Consolidating your realm and foundation is the most important. Then, he hesitated for a moment and took half a step back. Moreover, from my observation, junior brother Zhao's cultivation seems to be increasing too quickly. This kind of rapid advancement is a big taboo for us cultivators. In this half a year, I don't seem to have made much progress. Senior brother you're overthinking. Xiaohua said thoughtfully. These are all words from the bottom of my heart. Whether or not junior brother can listen is junior brother's matter. Song shrugged. His posture was quite carefree. Damn it, even this posture is learning from young master. Xiaohua laughed and scolded in his heart, however, you're much more carefree than young master. Why don't you make a move as well? Save yourself the trouble of blocking my brilliance. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a fiery red figure flew down from above the waterfall. It was the symbol puppet dressed in fiery red clothes. The symbol puppet was already beautiful, and when she wore such delicate and beautiful clothes, she was even more beautiful. Seeing this, Song Yu also flew up and greeted him. The two of them hugged each other in the mist beside the waterfall. Alas! Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground, waved his hand. The black iron needle in the air also flew into his hand. After carefully looking at it, he sent it into the space. Junior brother Xiao, do you want to tour the Golden Phoenix Ridge with us? In mid-air, Song Ying asked Xiaohua with a faint smile. Looking at Song Yi's completely insincere smile, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, just now, little brother's true qi was somewhat obstructed, so I want to meditate for a moment. Senior brother you can go. Come back tomorrow morning and call little brother. All right. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with the talisman puppet. You still have the nerve to laugh. Xiaohua also smiled for no reason and scolded, "You bastard, if you have a date with the talisman puppet, then so be it. There's no reason to use little brother as a shield." "What's wrong with being a shield?" "Still not explaining? If it wasn't for little brother's vigilance, I'm afraid you would have already lost your little life." Xiaohua found a secluded place and took out the stealing the sky cultivation method to comprehend it. Gradually, he had some gains. The next morning, in the midst of the crisp chirping of birds, Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, had a slight tremor on his face for no reason. Soon after, the left side of his face slightly caved in, then protruded again. His entire face slightly trembled and slowly became round. "Ha ha ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly, scaring away the surrounding birds that were looking for insects. "Little brother is still the smart one." Xiaohua kicked a big tree to the side, and then borrowed the force to do a somersault in the air. As he flew, he said, "This stealing the sky only talks about the incantation and the use of magic power. This young master has tried countless times, but was unable to succeed. Who would have thought that the magic power was not used on the flesh, but on the bones? As long as the bones change, the flesh on them will naturally change. Of course, the face can also change. But, how can the bones be changed at will?" Kaizhuxia practiced for more than 10 years and was only able to change her face. If she mastered the stealing the sky, wouldn't she be able to change her body? But why do I feel that bones changing is not very difficult? As if I could also change it in the past. Using the stealing the sky cultivation method made Xiaohua feel a sense of familiarity. Could it be? I know the stealing the sky. Hee, that's good. In the future, even if there is no more mystic puppet, others will not be able to find little brother. Soon after, Xiaohua continued to try to change his face until little brother found him. "Senior brother should we return?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Little brother nodded slightly with a trace of a smile on his face, as if he was perfectly satisfied. Senior brother you seem to be very proud of your success." Xiaohua said curiously. "Oh. Is that so?" Little brother heart trembled. The smile on his face disappeared and he said, "What is it?" "It's just that I'm in a good mood after touring the Golden Phoenix Ridge with little brother Hua." Hee. Xiaohua laughed dryly. He did not say much and did not ask about the whereabouts of the talisman. Thus, the two of them gathered their transcendence energy, activated the flying talisman, and flew straight back to Mount Jinhua. In the remaining 2 days, although Xiaohua did not lose his vigilance, little brother did not make any strange movements and safely returned to Skyward Pavilion. In the following 2 months, Xiaohua's life returned to normal. He spent most of his time refining medicinal pills and only spent a little time at Fu Min's to learn how to make talismans. Of course, Fu Min was still cold to Xiaohua. A wood life talisman was still wrong in some key details. Moreover, she never used the real wood life talisman in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not care at all. He only said that his aptitude was limited and could not learn it. He did not blame Fu Min in the slightest and had a respectful appearance. Xianlan also leaned close to Fu Min and coaxed Fu Min into a daze. She said almost everything to Xianlan. She simply treated Xianlan as her lover. Of course, this was under the condition that Xianlan could enter Fu Min's eyes. Facing Xuanlan's, "Think about it," and, "What do you know," Xiaohua basically avoided her. He simply did not have any thoughts of conflict with Xianlan. After all, they were not cultivators of the same level. Xiaohua directly ignored her. There were even many times when Xiaohua saw Fu Min's sanctimonious face and Xuanlan's appearance that had the potential to criticize her. He thought maliciously in his heart, does Fu Min want to use Xuanlan's flattery to set off her own noble character? And does Xianlan use Fu Min to show her outstanding talisman-making talent? However, these trivial matters could not stop Xiao Hua's success in refining pills. As early as the first 10 days, Xiao Hua successfully refined the parasol pill. Immediately after, he refined the Giji pill and the clean lotus pill. These two kinds of medicinal pills that increased transcendence energy were also quite popular in EG. Sure enough, this transcendence energy increasing medicinal pill was somewhat different from the parasol pill. When Xiao Hua was refining it, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. After trying and fumbling for a long time, he was finally able to successfully refine it. Of course, it was also because of this that Xiao Hua temporarily did not refine the higher-level Peiyuan pill and the marrow cleansing pill. He began to be unable to resist taking out the true Samadhi fire technique to comprehend. As early as when Xiao Hua first obtained the true Samadhi fire, he had flipped through it. This true Samadhi fire was admittedly a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation method, but Xiao Hua could faintly use it. Thus, after several tens of days of cultivation, Xiao Hua was actually able to produce a wisp of slightly purple flame in the palm of his hand. This flame could emit scorching heat, and the spiritual energy around the flame was all absorbed by this flame. Looking at the true Samadhi fire that floated around and did not extinguish, Xiao Hua was extremely satisfied. At this time, his transcendence energy was insufficient, so he could only produce such a small wisp of true Samadhi fire. Once he truly reached the foundation establishment realm, he would naturally be able to produce even larger wisps of true Samadhi fire for refining pills. This way, he would not have to look everywhere for earth fire. However, why is this true Samadhi fire somewhat different from the one recorded in the cultivation method? It should be a pure red color, so why is there an additional wisp of purple within this red color? Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the true Samadhi fire flew in front of his eyes, faintly flickering. Perhaps it's because my transcendence energy is shallow. Xiao Hua thought as he opened his mouth and inhaled. The wisp of flame was sucked into Xiao Hua's mouth. Let's go, I'll let this pill furnace warm up for now. When I return, I'll take a look at the pill formula for the clear pleasure pill and prepare to refine the clear pleasure pill next time. Xiao Hua thought as he stood up, preparing to leave. At this moment, the warning talisman he placed around the pill formula suddenly sounded. "Ayo, who is it?" Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure quickly flew in front of the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. He was not afraid of the high temperature of the pill furnace, and with a slap of his hand, he stored it into his space. Then, without caring about covering up the traces of the earth fire, his body swayed and disappeared, escaping into the bluestone below the pill room. There seems to be someone refining pills here. A familiar voice sounded. It was Fu Zhu. That's impossible. Another voice sounded. Didn't your Fu clan ban refining pills a long time ago? Moreover, the Fu clan head has already designated this place as a forbidden area. Other than us, who would dare to come here? Since we dare to come here, naturally there will be others who dare to come here. Fu Zhu giggled as she pulled his hand and flew up to the high platform. At this moment, Xiao Hua's head popped out from a dark corner of the pill room, and he frowned in annoyance. Junior brother there is indeed someone here. Fu Zhu's voice was somewhat serious as she shouted. Look here, this high platform is so clean and tidy. It definitely doesn't look like it hasn't been here for more than 100 years. Chapter 1489. That's right, Zhu'er. Look at this earth fire, it seems like someone is using it. Song Yi pointed at the earth fire and said in surprise. Isn't that so? I was wondering why the smell of sulfur around the forbidden area has lessened a lot. So this is the reason. Fu Zhu said happily, if I report this news to the patriarch, he will definitely what? You will definitely be punished. Song Yi sneered, you trespassed into the forbidden area's alchemy room. This is something Fu Yunbo will definitely not allow. But I have the duty of patrolling the mountain. I can enter and leave the forbidden area. Fu Zhu could not help but refute. Ha, you can pass through the air, but I'm afraid you can't land. Song Yi said in a low voice. Fu Zhu was silent for a while. She walked to the place where Xiaohua usually sat and sat down. She said faintly, since you know that I can't land at will, then why did you let me meet you in the forbidden area? Zhu let's go out and talk. If there is a senior refining pills here and we bump into them, it will definitely be bad. Song Yi looked around nervously and persuaded. Junior Marshal brother don't panic. Although this earth fire has been used by someone, it may not be used for alchemy. If it was really used for alchemy and the alchemy furnace isn't here, then the senior who refined the pills must have gone out and won't be back in a short time. We're just sitting here for a while, how could something happen? Fu Zhu said unhurriedly, moreover, it is currently patrolling the mountain outside. Senior brothers are all passing through the forbidden area. If they see us, all right. Song Yi helplessly sat beside Fu Zhu and hugged her in his arms. Fu Zhu also very meekly turned her body sideways and leaned her head against Song Ye's chest, looking like she was enjoying it. The two of them stayed like this for a while. Song Ye's hands began to wander around Fu Zhu's body. Fu Zhu's breathing gradually became hurried. Go away. Fu Zhu pushed Song Ye's hands to the side and scolded, every time you see me, you are always so impatient. Can't you talk properly? I do want to, but my heart really misses you, so I can't help but love you. Song Ying whispered with a calm face. TSK, Xiaohua who was in the distance couldn't help but curl his lips, this little gigolo is really something. Fine, this young master doesn't have the heart to listen to your sweet talk, what kind of needle eyes do you have? Thinking of this, Xiaohua formed a spell seal and prepared to flee. But at this time, the warning talismans all around the alchemy room issued another warning. Io, why is my pill room so lively today? Who is it this time? The location of the warning was very far away, so Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly. When he released his perception, although he couldn't see it, just based on his familiarity with that person, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this person here? On the high platform, Feng Luo didn't know that someone else had come in. He only put his mouth next to Fu Zhu's ear and gently moved, blowing a hot breath on her earlobe, causing Fu Zhu's face to turn red and her body to heat up. Junior Marshal brother you also treat Zhu, like this? Fu Zhu suddenly said, causing Feng Luo's body to stiffen. He immediately said, Zhu, I've already told you countless times, in my heart, there is only you are the one I love the most. It's only because Fu Zhu is very good to me, and she is also your blood-related little sister, that I can't bear to hurt her, so I've been hiding it from her, not daring to tell her. Moreover, isn't this what you said? After this period of time, you can tell her properly, okay? Sweetheart, I did say this before. But, you can't be with her every day, you treat her like this, how can she think that you don't love her? Feng Luo bitterly smiled and shrugged, do you think I want to? Fu Zhu comes to find me every day, I can't refuse. Feng Luo's words were very clear in the alchemy room. Not only did Xiaohua hear it, even the person who secretly came in from afar heard it. That person who was hiding in the shadows trembled violently, almost flying into the air, but in the end, he managed to hold himself back and lowered his body. I don't care, you have to find a chance to tell her clearly, otherwise. Fu Zhu nonchalantly glanced into the distance and said coquettishly. I know, I will definitely take care of it. Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu in his arms and whispered, however, I still feel that I should obtain the Yunqing talisman first. It won't be too late to talk about it after I learn the method to refine this talisman. What does this have to do with the Yunqing talisman? Fu Zhu pushed Feng Luo's hand away and asked curiously, furthermore, this Yunqing talisman is a secret passed down in my Fu clan, only males and not females, how can I obtain it? Then, she suddenly realized, Junior Marshall brother could it be that you like me because I can help you obtain the Yunqing talisman? No, no, definitely not. Feng Luo hurriedly coaxed, if I can obtain the Yunqing talisman, won't the Fu puppet retreat in the face of difficulties? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Fu Zhu shook her head, Zhu, and I are both direct disciples of the Fu clan. If you don't choose the two of us, is there anyone more suitable than us? Of course not. Zhu, the one I like is you, even if you're not a direct disciple, I still love you. Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu and slowly kissed her. Although Fu Zhu wanted to struggle, her body was still as soft as mud in Feng Luo's arms. In the darkness, that person clenched his fists tightly. Oh right, Senior Marshal brother Fu Zhu said breathlessly, I have good news to tell you. What good news? Feng Luo was stunned and asked softly. Look, what is this? Fu Zhu clapped her hands and took out a book from her storage bag. Yunqing talisman. Feng Luo laughed and reached out to take it. Fu Zhu pulled her hand back and smiled, of course it's not the Yunqing talisman. Guess. If it's not the Yunqing talisman, then what is it? Feng Luo scratched his head. If you can't guess it, I won't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a smile. Your Fu clan's Yunqing talisman is the most famous. If it's not this, could it be the beast armor talisman? Feng Luo guessed again. The beast armor talisman can turn a cultivator into a spiritual beast similar to the beast skin and blood used for the talisman. This kind of strange talisman is more important than the Yunqing talisman. I can't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a pout. Then what is it? Zhu, tell me, I'll reward you later. Feng Luo said softly. Fu Zhu's face turned red and she said shyly, I can give it to you, but after you get it, you have to tell me one thing. You swore a blood oath to tell the truth. There's a blood oath? Feng Luo was stunned. Yes, it's a blood oath. Fu Zhu said while biting her lips. Okay. I promise you. Feng Luo also gritted his teeth and swore a blood oath. Fu Zhu's heart ached when she heard this and she handed the book over. Feng Luo took a closer look and was overjoyed. Invisibility talisman? When did the Fu clan have this kind of talisman? How do you know the Fu clan doesn't have this kind of talisman? Fu Zhu asked curiously. Feng Luo stuttered and changed the topic, but Fu Zhu's mind was obviously not on this topic. She said, no matter what, you just have to keep the blood oath and tell me the truth. Tell me, what do you want me to say? Feng Luo kept the book and laughed softly. She wants you to say, do you like her or do you like me? The black figure on the ground couldn't take it anymore and stood up and said loudly. You. Zhu, Feng Luo was stunned and said in disbelief, You came here? Just now, you heard everything? Of course I heard it. When you were hugging Zhu, I heard it. With tears on her face, the Fu puppet slowly walked towards the high platform. She looked up and said, I have always kept you in my heart. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. If you want to learn how to make talismans, I will give you all kinds of talisman refining methods. If you want to improve your cultivation, if you want my Fu clan's secret cultivation method, I will risk my life to get it for you. What did I do it for? Didn't I just want you to be true to me and love me? But, why did you lie to me? Moreover, you lied to me and my sister at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that I went out to accompany you 2 months ago and was seen by Zhu, who became suspicious and asked me over and over again, how would I know that you're actually two-timing? You wanted to play with us and use us. You wanted to get both the cultivation technique and the talisman-making technique. You are really hateful. Feng Luo's face was as white as snow as he stared blankly at the two. After a while, he crouched down on the stage and said in a low voice, I didn't lie to you. I really do love you. Whether it is Zhu, or Zhu, I gave you my true feelings. It is because I can't choose between the two of you and can't find out who I love more, that I have always hesitated, always didn't dare to tell the two of you. TSK, such eloquence. Xiao Hua on the side was filled with admiration. If he was Feng Luo, his face would have already turned red and he wouldn't know what to do. It's precisely because I can't make a choice that I can't answer your question. It's also precisely because I can't make a choice that I desperately want the cultivation method. I want the method of making charms. I want to cultivate myself to become an elder who is second only to the clan lord. Then, I can ask the clan lord to make both of you my dual cultivation companions. He stood up, and spoke with sincerity. You wish. Fu Zhu's face turned red as she scolded, even if you are willing to take both of us as your dual cultivation partners, but how can the two of us agree? Humph, this guy's words are always sweet, as if there is honey on his mouth. Sister, you must not believe him. The Fu puppet also asked. But from the tone of the two, it was no longer as sharp as before. It was as if the two had already expected this answer. Then. What should I do? Suddenly, a faint voice came from a dark corner. Chapter 1490. As for Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet, they first made Song's matter clear. When they confronted each other, Song's back was covered in sweat. Just as they were about to bring out the words they had thought of before, Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's tone changed again. Listening to them, they actually didn't have any particular objections towards the two girls working together as a husband. Xiao Hua hid at the side, a burst of admiration in his heart. But thinking about it, it was natural. Song's relationship with the two twin sisters was close, so there was no need to talk about favoritism. It was really difficult for Song to make a choice. Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were extremely clever and didn't let Song make a real choice. Looking at the situation, the two sisters had already discussed it before they laid their cards on the table. Therefore, even though Fu Zhu knew that Song's feelings towards her were different, she still gave Song the refining method of the invisibility talisman. After Fu Puppet understood Song's true feelings, she only asked a few questions before relenting. Song also dropped a stone to the ground, almost wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But at this time, another faint voice sounded from another corner, then. Song, what should I do? Xiao Hua was shocked. This person seemed to have been here for a long time, but he actually didn't notice. The warning talisman in the pill room also didn't give any warning. But hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Hua's heart settled. This person wasn't just anyone, it was Fu Puppet. Fu Puppet? When Fu Puppet heard this, her eyes were about to fall out of her head. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she turned her head and scolded, "What does the matter between us sisters have to do with you? Why are you interfering?" On the high platform, Song stared at Fu Puppet without saying a word. His face also had a trace of astonishment and a trace of resentment. "Puppet, don't be anxious. Let's hear what Fu has to say." Although Fu Zhu was shocked, her face didn't change as she shouted in a low voice. "But, big sister." The Fu Puppet was a little anxious, but when she saw the Fu Puppet gradually approaching and saw the Fu Puppet's pale face, the Fu Puppet promptly shut her mouth. Fu Puppet didn't seem to see Fu Puppet, nor did she seem to hear Fu Puppet's question. She only stared at Song with a pair of extremely disappointed eyes, slowly approaching step by step. "He Lang, do you remember what you told me?" The Fu Puppet enunciated each word clearly. Her voice trembled as she tried her best to suppress her emotions. Gradually, there was a trace of anticipation in her voice. "I remember when you came to find me and told me that the one you liked was me. Even though I wasn't as pretty as Fu Zhu and Fu Ai, but what you liked was my heart. Do you know? When I heard your words at that time, my heart was about to fly to the heavens. Actually, I was very puzzled. How could the two of them gain your favor? I don't have the looks, and I don't have the status. If you stay with me, I will only be a burden to you. But, He Lang, I really like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I think about you day and night, but when I can't see you, I can't even focus on cultivation. I know that I can't compare to Fu Huang and Fu Zhu, but for you, I still fought with them and went to see you every day. Alas, it's also because of this that I still choose to believe you even though I'm skeptical about what you said. I believed that you were good to me, and I believed what you said to me. In order to gain your favor, I was willing to do anything you wanted me to do. I told you all the incantations I knew, and I gave myself to you. I gave you everything I had. Furthermore, when you told me that for the sake of your future in the Fu clan, you had to compromise and accompany the Fu puppet, and that you were very distressed, I foolishly asked you, what can I do so that you can stay by my side? But you didn't tell me until I was desperate. Then you told me that as long as you can obtain the Fu clan's Qingyun talisman and successfully refine it, you will have a place in the Fu clan. Once you have a status, you won't have to be afraid of the Fu clan anymore. You will be able to be with me openly. He Lang, do you know how foolish I was? I actually believed you. Even though you didn't tell me to steal the refining method of the purity talisman from the talisman hall in the inner court, I could see the desire in your eyes. I know that you're right. This is your sorrow as a talisman master. If I want to be with you forever, this is the only way. Every time I think of the pain in your eyes, my heart aches. He Lang, I don't have any peerless elegance or status to be proud of. I only love you and I only want to be with you. The only thing I can do is to help you steal the purity talisman from the talisman hall for you. But what kind of place is the talisman hall? It's the top secret place of the Fu clan's talisman refining method. Not to mention a female disciple born of a concubine like me, even the direct disciples of the Fu puppet and the others would find it extremely difficult to enter. In this half a year, I went to the talisman hall many times. Not only did I not attract the attention of the disciples on guard, but I also had to find the flaws in it. Do you think it was easy for me? However, when I thought of how I could be with you forever after obtaining the purity talisman, I mustered up my courage. Today, I finally got it. He Lang, I finally got the purity talisman that you wanted. However, when I looked for you with an incomparably excited heart, you weren't in the skyward pavilion. Where did you go? I was so foolish. I only wanted to make you happy as soon as possible so that you wouldn't be pestered by the Fu puppet. Hence, I sent out the message talisman. Now, do you know? I really regret it. I really shouldn't have sent out this message talisman. If I didn't send it, I wouldn't have come to this forbidden area and seen this heart-wrenching scene. I would rather be kept in the dark by you and be your silly plaything. The Fu puppet's face was ashen. She swiped her hand across her chest and took out a small booklet. She raised her hand and threw it onto the stage. The booklet drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed at the feet of He Lang. However, He Lang didn't pick it up. He just stood there in a daze and looked at the Fu puppet without moving an inch. This purity talisman must be returned tomorrow morning. He Lang, you better hurry up and comprehend it. The Fu puppet also looked at He Lang. Her voice was calm as she spoke in a low voice. Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet at the side also stood there in a daze. They didn't know what to say. The scene in front of their eyes had long surpassed their imaginations. Xiao Hua, who was listening from afar, was also dumbfounded. Although this matter wasn't very thrilling, but it felt more miserable than any legendary story. At this moment, the alchemy room's warning talisman moved again. Xiao Hua stared blankly and immediately understood. Didn't the Fu puppet send out the message talisman? That message talisman must have triggered the warning talisman. Hence, Xiaohua didn't care and released his perception. On the stage, He Lang didn't move. Fu Zhu sighed inwardly and walked forward. She picked up the purity talisman refining method at He Lang's feet and said in a hoarse voice, "Fu puppet, the talisman hall's security is tight. Even direct disciples like us have difficulty entering. How did you take out the refining method for this purity talisman?" Hearing this, the Fu puppet's pale face flushed red. Before she could speak, a clear voice rang out, "Because I was the one who allowed her to take it." "Who?" "Senior Fu." "Fu puppet? Why are you here?" The last was Fu puppet's panicked voice. You promised me, the purity talisman. I will return it to you tomorrow morning." Ha ha ha, a thin and tall middle-aged man with a pockmarked face slowly walked out from the darkness. He was actually at the 11th level of Qi refining. "You only spent a night with me and you want to take the purity talisman away for a night? Don't you think this matter is too simple?" Fu puppet said lecherously, "If I didn't come out with you, how could I see these two great beauties? After today's matter, aren't these two great beauties for me to take?" Hearing this, the blush on Fu puppet's face disappeared. Her pale face didn't have a trace of blood. Is what he said true? There was no expression on He Lang's face. He just looked at Fu puppet and said indifferently, Yes. Fu puppet said without hesitation, I don't have anything on me. If I want to take the purity talisman out of the talisman hall, this is the only way. He Lang, you don't have to care about me. Quickly leave. Leave, ha ha ha, Fu puppet laughed loudly. You think you can leave as your lover? Then, he looked at Fu puppet wretchedly. You don't look like much usually, but I didn't expect your dual cultivation technique to be so exquisite. It really exceeded my expectations. This is all thanks to this kid. Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, I will have a taste of you in a while. Damn you, you're courting death. Fu puppet couldn't take it anymore. She slapped her hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from her storage bag. Channeling her transcendence energy, she threw them at Fu puppet. You really dare to attack? Fu puppet said arrogantly, aren't you afraid that the family head will find out? Fu puppet was stunned. She waved her hand and the yellow talismans in the air stopped, seemingly hesitant. You're called Fu, right? Fu puppet laughed evilly and said loudly, I don't care what you want the purity talisman for, and I don't care what happens between you and these three girls in the future. However, I want to play with both Fu puppet and Fu Zhu. Furthermore, I want one of them to dual cultivate with me in the future. Otherwise, I will take your life first and then send these three girls to the family head. I don't know how long you've been in Jinhua Mountain, but you must know the rules of the Fu clan. As for the fate of these three girls, I don't want to tell you more, right? Then, Fu puppet looked at the three girls and laughed, I've already played with both Fu puppets. Let me play with two more of you, it's worth it. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet's eyes were burning with anger, but they didn't dare to attack. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to defeat a Qi refining stage 11 Fu puppet. Chapter 1491. Well said. Just when the girls were at a loss of how to respond, Fu Ying took a few steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, however, I don't know how I can be at ease with senior brother Fu's high cultivation level. Ha ha ha. The Fu puppet laughed. If I ask you to be at ease, then you can be at ease. Or do you want me to make a blood oath? I wouldn't dare. Song Cheng took a few more steps and flew down from the stage. He cupped his hands and said, actually, senior brother Fu has misunderstood. Look, these three girls, I have already used them. Furthermore, you see, I have already obtained what I should have obtained. Tell me, do you think I still need them? In an instant, the entire pill room was as cold as winter. Not only the Fu puppet, but even Fu Zhu and Fu puppet's faces were stiff. They didn't know what expression to put on their faces. As long as Senior Brother Fu can let me live today, not only will these 3 girls belong to Senior Brother Fu, but I will also follow Senior Brother Fu's lead in the Fu family in the future. Song Qing stood in front of the Fu puppet and said sincerely, "You also know that the family head is very fond of me. It's because I want to make a name for myself in the Fu family that I've thought so much." "Stop right there." The Fu puppet sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you trying to sneak up on me while I'm careless?" When Song Qing heard this, he shrugged his shoulders innocently. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Fu is at Qi Refining level 11 and I'm only at Qi Refining level 5. Even if I wanted to sneak up on you, do you think I would do something as stupid as knocking an egg against a rock? Hee, I don't think you would dare." The Fu puppet pointed and said with a sinister smile, "Go. Go bring the Fu puppet to me and strip her of her clothes." "Yes, I'll go now," Song Qing said carefully and walked towards the Fu puppet. Hee. I misjudged you." The Fu puppet was furious. He pointed his finger and the yellow talismans that were suspended in midair suddenly rained down on Song Qing. The talisman puppet was in the 9th layer of Qi Refining. How could it possibly be a match for him? However, he did not panic. He turned his head and glanced at the symbol puppet. Sure enough, the symbol puppet waved its hand and a top-grade yellow talisman shot out. It formed an invisible light screen in mid-air and blocked the yellow talismans. Following which, the symbol puppet pointed its finger and the light screen rolled forward, wrapping around the yellow talismans that were about to explode. A series of pa-pa muffled sounds rang out as all the yellow talismans were destroyed by the light screen. This was the difference between the 11th layer and the 9th layer. Just as the symbol puppet's yellow talisman was being destroyed, the symbol puppet's other imprisonment talisman was even faster than before. While the symbol puppet was still in shock, the symbol puppet was tightly imprisoned. Complete. Both Fu Zhu and Fu puppet were enraged. They no longer cared about anything else and slapped their storage pouches. Unfortunately, before their hands could touch their storage pouches, their bodies were immobilized. It was precisely Fu puppet's confinement talisman that had imprisoned them. "Humph," Song Qing sneered. He walked in front of the symbol puppet and hugged her. Returning to the front of the symbol puppet, he smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Brother Fu, do you really want me to strip off her clothes?" "Nonsense, didn't I just say it?" the symbol puppet said irritably. Yes, I will do as you say." Song Qing smiled charmingly and tore at the symbol puppet's towering chest. With a rip sound, the symbol puppet's clothes were torn apart, revealing her beautiful chest that was as clear as jade. Hee. The symbol puppet's voice was like a cuckoo's cry. Her tears fell like rain as she stared at Song Qing. She actually forgot to cover her delicate breasts with her arms. How could the symbol puppet's beauty and figure be compared to the symbol puppet? However, under the soft glow of the moonstone, her breasts attracted the attention of men. The symbol puppet couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and lose focus for a moment. Go to hell. Just as the symbol puppet was lost in thought, Song Chang's eyes suddenly flashed with an ominous glint. The Fa Li in his body surged and in an instant, he rose from Qi Refining Stage 5 to Qi Refining Stage 7. Song Qing waved his hand and a glittering talisman flew out towards the symbol puppet. Just as the talisman flew out, Song Qing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. The talisman received Song Cheng's blood and suddenly scattered, turning into 6 snowflakes. As they danced in the air, they quickly surrounded the symbol puppet. The surrounding area immediately became as cold as an ice cellar. Seeing this, the symbol puppet let out a maniacal laugh. Its body suddenly flew up, and in the gap between the 6 snowflakes, it flew out. Song Chang's face immediately turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He then waved his hand and the 6 snowflakes quickly caught up to the symbol puppet. Pa 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 pa, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the snowflakes that stuck to the symbol puppet's body and broke the various defensive yellow talismans on its body. Wah! The symbol puppet was in mid-air and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the snowflakes had injured its meridians. Song Cheng! Hurry! On the high platform, Fu Zhu's face was filled with joy and she hurriedly urged. However, the snowflake talisman danced in the air for a moment before slowly flying back. When it landed in front of Song Cheng, it returned to being a glittering talisman. 6th 7th Void Sealing Talisman. The symbol puppet's face showed a trace of ecstasy. It laughed and said, "You actually have this kind of talisman? It's really incredible. Ha ha ha, it's also my luck. If you had waited a moment longer and let me use it when I was in ecstasy, wouldn't I have been sealed in this talisman array? Even if your Fa Li could only last for a moment, it would be enough to freeze me to death. What a pity. How can I let you taint my woman?" Song Cheng's mouth had a trace of blood and his body was limp on the ground. His eyes were wide open and he said fiercely. "Ha! Your woman." The symbol puppet waved its hand and the binding talisman on the symbol puppet's body was removed. It sneered and said, "This is your woman. Didn't I use it all the same?" Song Cheng. The symbol puppet shouted and rushed over. It was very distressed as it helped Song Cheng up. "Go away." Song Cheng pushed the symbol puppet to the side in disgust. At this time, his Fa Li was already exhausted and he was also suffering from the backlash of his Fa Li. His body was extremely weak. The symbol puppet did not fall, but he fell to the side. Song Cheng. The symbol puppet's face was filled with tears. She did not know what to do. Seeing Song Cheng fall into the dust, she wanted to help him but did not dare to. "Get out of here. You've already been tainted and you still have the face to come back." Song Cheng sneered. Song Cheng. I. The symbol puppet covered her face and cried. She did not know how to explain. "Ha!" The symbol puppet laughed sinisterly and said, "Symbol puppet, see? This is the true face of your lover. He's not as straightforward as I am." Then, looking at Fu Zhu and the symbol puppet, he clapped his hands and took out a sword talisman. He said, "I was still in the mood to let you see me and your 2 little lovers. But since you don't know what's good for you, I can't be bothered with you." With that, he waved his hand. The sword talisman turned into a flying sword and pierced towards Song Cheng's heart. The flying sword was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced Song Cheng's chest. At this time, the symbol puppet raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Cheng's lower body. It shouted, "Who is it?" Just as the Fu puppet was distracted, the Fu puppet's figure suddenly flew over and pounced in front of Song Cheng to block him. "You." The symbol puppet's expression changed. It quickly waved its hand, but it was too late. The flying sword seemed to have pierced through the symbol puppet's back without any obstruction. A stream of cold blood flowed down the symbol puppet's back, and flowed down. Puppet. Seeing this, Song Cheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He struggled to hold the symbol puppet in his arms. "Sigh, symbol puppet. Why do you have to do this?" The symbol puppet smiled bitterly. It wanted to take out the flying sword talisman that pierced its heart, but it didn't dare to. It could only say this with a complicated gaze. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. The symbol puppet suddenly flew up from the ground. As it flew up, the tip of a jet-black spear appeared from the ground and pierced towards the symbol puppet's feet with incomparable speed. Where did this thing come from? The symbol puppet flew up into the air and barely dodged the spear as it shouted angrily. Following the appearance of the spear was Xiaohua. Seeing that his spear was so close to piercing the symbol puppet, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Just now, when the symbol puppet wasn't paying attention, he had already hidden under the symbol puppet's body. When he was about to kill it in one strike, the symbol puppet used the flying sword talisman to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua had no choice but to escape to save Songcheng, which alerted the symbol puppet. "Which bastard are you again?" After listening for a long time, Xiaohua gnashed his teeth in hatred towards the symbol puppet. He asked the same question, and the demonic spear pierced towards the symbol puppet's chest. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. Just now, a Qi refinement, 5th level became 7th level Qi refinement, and now a 4th level Qi refinement appeared. Who do you all think you are? I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement." Seeing this, the symbol puppet laughed madly. It waved its hand, and several top-quality yellow talismans hit its body. Several layers of flowing light flashed, firmly protecting the symbol puppet. At the same time, when the symbol puppet formed a hand seal and disdained to take out the yellow talismans to deal with Xiaohua, Xiaohua's demonic spear pierced the symbol puppet's chest. Walala, a burst of crisp sounds rang out. The demonic spear pierced through several yellow talisman light screens, but it still couldn't shatter all of the symbol puppet's defensive yellow talismans. "Io, you really have some tricks up your sleeves, to actually be able to pierce through my defense." The symbol puppet was very shocked, but it didn't panic in the slightest. The hand seal in its hand changed, and before the defensive brilliance around its body was extinguished, it poured magic power into the area pierced by Xiaohua. Immediately, the area pierced by Xiaohua rapidly repaired itself. "Damn it! Is this the power of the 11th level of Qi refinement?" Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. His hand needed to exert even more strength, but when he saw the symbol puppet's hand seal about to attack him, Xiaohua knew it wasn't good. He pulled out the demonic spear while inexplicably waving it in the air. Chapter 1492. With a wave of Xiaohua's hand, a streak of black light shot out from the top of the symbol puppet's head and pierced towards its Baihui acupoint. It was the black iron needle that Xiaohua had secretly released long ago. He had been holding back until now to use it. At the same time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew outside, wanting to take advantage of this fleeting opportunity to escape. Ah! A magic tool. The symbol puppet was shocked. It didn't have time to wonder how a 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator was able to use a magic tool that it couldn't even use for the time being. It flipped its hand and used the lightning palm spell to send the black iron needle flying. The black iron needle was something that Xiaohua had been accumulating for a long time. The power of this stab was incomparable. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the layers of light that the symbol puppet had placed on its body and was about to pierce the top of its head. The symbol puppet's face immediately turned pale. Its figure suddenly flew downwards like a heavy object falling from the sky. At the same time, the lightning palm that had yet to take shape in its hand shot towards the top of its head with all its might. Clang clang clang. Just as the black iron needle was about to pierce the top of the symbol puppet's head, the symbol puppet's palm arrived and the black iron needle pierced into its palm. See, the symbol puppet sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling extremely lucky in its heart. It really couldn't understand why the black iron needle was so sharp. Fortunately, it didn't dare to be careless. It directly placed its palm between the black iron needle and the top of its head before releasing the lightning palm. If it had released the lightning palm first, it might not have been able to stop the black iron needle. Xiaohua watched as the profound steel needle pierced into the symbol puppet's palm and was immediately repelled by the lightning palm. The profound steel needle rolled up and down within the lightning palm. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He didn't bother to retrieve the profound steel needle and his figure flew out of the alchemy room without stopping. But in the blink of an eye, his gaze swept past the lightning palm in the symbol puppet's hand. With another glance, he saw the symbol puppet's exposed breasts and a trace of shock and even more despair in her eyes. Immediately, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He clenched his teeth and his figure that was flying outside slowed down. "You brat, where are you running to?" How could the symbol puppet let Xiaohua go after suffering such a great loss? After sending the black iron needle flying, he shouted loudly. A trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. His figure was several times faster than Xiaohua's. As he chased after Xiaohua, he activated the thunder palm in his hand and struck it down towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua's figure cut a very sorry figure. Under the activation of the talisman puppet's magic power, it caught up to him before he could even fly to the side of the pill room's stone wall. Xiaohua seemed to have been scared silly by the palm thunder. He even forgot to take out the yellow talisman from his storage bag. His fingers only moved slightly, as if he couldn't control them. In fact, when the lightning palm of the talisman puppet struck, Xiaohua actually fled like a headless fly, and this elsewhere was not just any other place, but the direction the talisman puppet was chasing from. "Humph, you're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua so flustered, the talisman puppet felt great satisfaction in its heart. The thunder palm pressed down, wanting to kill Xiaohua in an instant. However, just as the thunder palm struck Xiaohua's body, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure trembled along with the thunder palm, but in the instant of trembling, Xiaohua's originally slow speed suddenly increased. Fast like a bolt of lightning, fast like a gust of wind, even faster than the talisman puppet's speed of chasing Xiaohua. He directly threw himself into the talisman puppet's bosom. What is this guy doing? The talisman puppet was shocked at Xiaohua's speed. Was his brain not enough to comprehend it? Could it be, he still has some talisman? However, the talisman puppet originally flew very fast, but Xiaohua turned around and flew even faster. Just as the talisman puppet's thought appeared, Xiaohua flew in front of the talisman puppet. Seeing Xiaohua's empty hand move towards its chest, the talisman puppet couldn't help but find it funny. I'm not a girl, why are you touching my chest? Just as the talisman puppet thought this, Xiaohua's hand touched the talisman puppet's first layer of defense. At this moment, the talisman puppet's face turned deathly pale. When Xiaohua's hand touched the yellow protective talisman in front of the talisman puppet's chest, a scarlet flame suddenly emerged from his palm. Within that flame, there was even a trace of purple. True Samadhi fire. The talisman puppet cried out sorrowfully in its heart as it watched its layers of protective talismans being burned through by the true Samadhi fire in an instant. It watched as Xiaohua's true Samadhi fire patted its chest. Ah! The talisman puppet finally screamed at the top of its lungs. Its figure flew back at an extremely fast speed, and its hand was not slow either. An ice seal technique hit its own chest. Unfortunately, that was the true Samadhi fire. The talisman puppet's ice seal technique did not extinguish a trace of the true Samadhi fire's flame at all. Instead, the true Samadhi fire received the ice seal technique's spiritual energy, and with a swell, more than doubled in size. With a "pa" sound, the talisman puppet couldn't care about anything else. It instinctively slapped its hand, and very stupidly, it patted the true Samadhi fire. The result was that the true Samadhi fire also burned its hand. Ah! The talisman puppet screamed again. Incomparable pain came from its hand and chest. The screams resounded throughout the entire pill room. When the talisman puppet raised its head, it saw Xiaohua, who was less than 2 zhang away from it. At this time, Xiaohua's face was also pale, and he had a frightened expression. It seemed like he still hadn't escaped from the danger just now. That's right, this was a high-level qi refining cultivator of the 11th layer. It was far from what a 7th or 8th layer qi refining cultivator could compare to. Xiaohua saw the talisman puppet's miserable state just now, and his blood boiled. He wanted to try out the true samadhi fire that only foundation establishment cultivators could use. What happened just now could be said to have happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Xiaohua himself had just woken up, and a voice madly shouted in his heart, 11th layer qi refining, ah! This young master will kill an 11th layer qi refining expert tonight. This young master will be invincible. When the talisman puppet saw Xiaohua's mind wander, its eyes immediately filled with resentment. Without the slightest hesitation, it urged the flying talisman to fly towards Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua still hadn't woken up from his intense shock. When he saw a black shadow flying over, the talisman puppet was already a few feet away from him. Ah! In the distance, Fu Zhu almost wanted to shout out loud. She wanted to warn Xiaohua, but when the talisman puppet's shadow, which was illuminated by the moonlight stone, touched Xiaohua, the shadow began to violently tremble. The talisman puppet first used all its strength to slap the true samadhi fire on its body in midair. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws and fangs. Very quickly, it fell from midair. How could it still care about hurting Xiaohua? Ah! Ah! At this moment, the true samadhi fire had already burned into the talisman puppet's heart. The talisman puppet only lay on the ground and struggled for a moment before it was burned to ashes by the true samadhi fire, which wasn't very strong but was incomparably tyrannical. Sigh, Xiaohua, who was standing to the side, let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the talisman puppet's storage pouch was caught in Xiaohua's hand. Very naturally, he kept it in his sleeve. Puppet, puppet. At this moment, a mournful voice came from the ground not too far away. Hailang. I was wrong, I'm sorry, it's just that, on account of how well I treated you, don't chase me away, okay? The talisman puppet's life force was gradually fading away. It had long since forgotten what was happening beside it. It only stared deeply into Hailang's eyes and said with great difficulty. Puppet, puppet, you didn't do anything wrong, really, you really didn't do anything wrong. Tears also flowed out of Hailang's eyes as he said in a low voice, chasing you away just now was for your own good. I was afraid that the talisman puppet would kill you. The fiercer I am to you, the safer you will be. Puppet? You're finally calling me puppet? The talisman puppet was very surprised and said, Hailang, even in my dreams. I wanted you to call me puppet. And, in the future, I will call you that every day. Hailang said in a choked voice. Hailang, you still don't know my heart. I would rather die in your arms than be scolded by you, than be chased away by you. I know that my body is dirty and I can't live with you, but, don't chase me away, I would rather be a servant for the talisman puppet and Fu Zhu, and, stay by your side. Puppet. Hailang didn't know what to say anymore. The talisman puppet's body gradually became cold, the flying sword talisman had already torn her heart apart. Being able to say so much was already the talisman puppet's greatest effort. Sigh. Xiaohua let out a long sigh not far away. He didn't even look at the talisman puppet as he flew onto the high platform. He reached out his hand and took out the tip of the devil's spear. He pierced the imprisonment talisman on Fu Zhu's body several times and broke it. Fu Zhu looked at Xiaohua with an extremely complicated gaze. She didn't dare to say anything and immediately flew to the talisman puppet's side. She took out clothes from her storage bag and helped the talisman puppet put them on. Only then did she support the talisman puppet and look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua once again pierced the imprisonment talisman on the talisman puppet. He turned his head and looked at the talisman puppet who was gradually losing her breath. He slightly shook his head, then flew to the pill room and removed the warning talisman. He then twisted his body and escaped from the pill room. In the pitch-black night, he returned to the small building. From beginning to end, Fu Zhu and the talisman puppet wanted to say something to Xiao Hua but hesitated. They held a kind of respect and fear in their hearts. Xiao Hua returned to the small building and saw that there was nothing to pack. He then went to the talisman crafting room and swept away all the talisman crafting materials. Then, he came to the door of the small building and quietly waited. Sure enough, after a short while, the talisman puppet and the talisman puppet returned. Seeing the two women of the talisman clan following the talisman puppet, Xiao Hua really admired the talisman puppet. Master Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for saving my life. The talisman puppet saw that Xiao Hua didn't leave and was overjoyed. He bowed and thanked him. The talisman puppet and talisman puppet behind him also bowed. Xiao Hua helped the talisman puppet up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. Fellow Taoist has already taken care of me in Jingbo City. This is just a repayment." The talisman puppet felt ashamed in his heart and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. "What is fellow Taoist's plan?" Xiao Hua asked. The talisman puppet let out a long sigh. "Two people died tonight. How can eyes matter not be exposed? Of course it's better to leave." "Two senior sisters." Xiao Hua raised his head and asked. "Us?" One took the talisman technique from the talisman clan and the other took the invisibility talisman. "How can we still stay in the talisman clan?" Fu Zhu smiled bitterly. Chapter 1493. Oh, speaking of cultivation methods. Songda continued Fu Zhu's words, "I know that fellow cultivator Xiao is lacking in cultivation methods. If you don't mind, please accept this set of cultivation methods." As he spoke, Songda took out the cultivation method that Fu Zhu gave him from his storage bag. Xiao Hua looked at it, shook his head, and smiled, "Actually, I came to the Fu clan for the Qingyun talisman." Qingyun talisman? Songda's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, the Qingyun talisman is my Fu clan's heirloom. Even if I am unfilial, I can't give it to you." Fu Zhu and Fu Zhu's faces turned red. "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua nodded, "Then I won't force you. Fellow cultivator Xiao, don't worry. I can't give you the Qingyun talisman, but I can give you the invisibility talisman. If you like it, please accept it." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't want the Qingyun talisman, Songda was overjoyed and immediately said, "And, that's fine." Xiao Hua hesitated, then said, "Of course, if you can give I the cultivation concealment technique, that would be even better." "Hee, does fellow cultivator Xiao need such a nameless technique?" Songda laughed, then clapped his hands, and handed over the talisman refining technique that Fu Zhu gave him, as well as an incomplete book. "Okay." Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and took both items, then said, "When I understand the invisibility talisman, I will return it to you." "That's the best. I thank fellow cultivator Xiao." Songda was overjoyed. At this moment, several huge fireballs rose into the night sky from all directions. Then, dang dang dang. A series of bell sounds echoed throughout the entire Jinhua mountain. Soul-extinguishing bell. Songda's expression changed. "Oh no, He Lang, the inner court found out about the Qingyun talisman. Let's leave." Fu Zhu was also shocked, and hurriedly shouted. "Leave? Easier said than done." Songda looked at the bright skyward pavilion and Jinhua mountain and smiled bitterly. Humph, a cold snort was heard, as if someone was right next to his ear. However, this voice wasn't specifically directed at Xiao Hua and the others. Instead, it was directed at all the disciples of Jinhua Mountain. It was as if he was expressing Fu Yunbu's anger. "Patriarch?" Fu Huang and Fu Zhu's faces turned pale when they heard the voice. His entire body was trembling. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go to Skyward Pavilion. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. We definitely won't speak of it. Knowing that time was of the essence, Song Qing hastily cupped his hands and said to Xiao Hua. Okay, you guys, take care of yourselves. Xiao Hua knew that it was impossible for him to contend against the initial stage foundation establishment Fu Yunbua, so he nodded. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said, what if I help you hide the talisman? This. Everyone glanced at the Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet. They knew that the Qin Yun talisman, which was so popular just a moment ago, was now evidence of a crime. Anyone who held it would risk being killed by Fu Yunbua. Fellow Taoist Xiao. We can't implicate you in this matter. Fu Zhu shook her head and said, we should take responsibility for our own actions. Nonsense. If you want to live, hurry up and give the Qin Yun talisman to I. When Fu Yunbua's divine sense arrives, everything will be too late. Xiao Hua scolded. This. Song Qing heard this and gritted his teeth, saying, okay, I'll leave it to you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Song Qing said and took out the Qin Yun talisman and the cultivation technique. Xiao Hua took it and threw it into his own space. Then, he flew up and headed to Skyward Pavilion. He. Xiao Hua, he. The Fu puppet said worriedly. They looked at each other for a while before they all looked at Fu Feng. Fu Feng seemed to be hesitating. After all, these talisman masters were different from the inner court disciples. Many of them might not stay in the Fu clan in the end. If this matter was exposed, it would inevitably cause the Fu clan to lose face. Let this old man speak. A voice rang out. A foundation establishment cultivator flew in from outside the Skyward Pavilion. A foundation establishment cultivator? Many of the talisman masters in the Skyward Pavilion had never seen Fu Yunbua before. This old man is the head of the Fu clan, Fu Yunbua. Fu Yunbua flew to the high platform and scanned with his divine thought. Then, he said in an emotionless voice, just now, something extremely shameful happened to our Fu clan. The method of making talismans that our Fu clan has passed down for generations has been stolen. Ah! Talismans? Everyone could not help but exclaim softly when they heard this. Yes, this matter is not known to unrelated people. However, this old man has always been magnanimous. You are all talisman masters of the Fu clan. Whether you can stay in the Fu clan in the future or not, at least you are now in the Fu clan. Therefore, I must let you know. Senior Fu. Could it be that you think, one of us, stole the method of making talismans? A talisman master who was closest to the high platform asked boldly. Yes. Of course, this old man is not sure. The inner court disciples have already begun to search. Since you are in the Golden Mount Hua, I can only inconvenience you. Fu Yunbua replied. Oh, then. Senior. Do you have a plan in mind? That's right. Fu Yunbua laughed loudly and said, if this old man did not have some confidence, why would I gather you all? That's good. Senior, please point out the culprit and clear our names. Damn it, why does this sound more and more like Fu Yunbua's arrangement? Xiao Hua heard clearly from afar and cursed in his heart. Match. You still don't want to stand out? Fu Yunbua said coldly. Ah. Xiao Hua did not know what he meant by match. His heart turned cold. This Fu clan head. How did he know the name of the match? Even if he said the name of the match, this young master would not be surprised. Match who? The talisman masters of the Skyward Pavilion looked at each other. Many of them even stole glances at the surrounding inner court disciples. Match? Do you really think this old man does not recognize you? Although your appearance is very different from your father's, the valiance in your eyes is exactly the same as when he was young. Fu Yunbo raised his head to look at a certain spot in the skyward pavilion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "After all, you're a descendant of the Fu clan. I won't blame you for taking the method to refine this talisman. Obediently take the book back, and I'll naturally pass it down to you when your cultivation is high enough." Following Fu Yunbo's gaze, in a corner, a somewhat dispirited match appeared in front of everyone. Match? The match? Those who knew Match were somewhat surprised. Match, however, had a blank expression. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and asked curiously, "Senior Fu, are you talking about me?" "Yes, it's you." Fu Yunbo's divine sense firmly locked onto Match and said with a smile, "You are this old man's junior. It is normal for you to hate this old man because of past misunderstandings. This old man does not care. Moreover, this old man gathered all the talisman masters in the skyward pavilion to let them hear this old man's promise and testify for this old man." With a smile on his face, Match took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Senior Fu, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Although this junior's name is somewhat similar to the so-called Match, this junior is the Match, not the match. I also do not know what talisman Senior is talking about." Seeing Match's categorical denial, Fu Yunbo was not angry and said with a smile, "Sure enough, you have the same stubborn temper as your father and grandfather. You will not turn back until you hit the southern wall. Alas, if not, how could my Fu clan have declined so much 100 years ago?" While they were talking, two disciples flew over from afar. One of them walked in front of Fu Yunbo and whispered a few words. Fu Yunbo nodded slightly, then looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, come over here." "Oh. Senior Fu, what is it?" Xiaohua walked from behind the crowd to the bottom of the high platform. "Give me your storage bag," Fu Yunbo said indifferently. "This." Xiaohua was stunned, his face showing an unnatural expression. In the distance, Match's heart also jumped. "What? You don't dare to let this old man see?" Fu Yunbo sneered. It's not that I don't want Senior to see it." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Junior's storage bag definitely does not have the talisman refining method that Senior is talking about, but, there is no but, just let this old man see it." Fu Yunbo said as he stretched out his hand. "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."